Chapter 105. Buzz. The void exploded, and the heavens and the earth shook. Without waiting for the dark crow to react, Yi Xian took a step forward and waved his hand. The 300-meter-long book of life and death instantly transformed into a black jade book and was sucked into Yi Xian's hand. It was cold to the touch and his soul was throbbing. This was what Yi Xian felt at the moment. When the blood light evaporated from Yi Xian's hand, the life and death book that had been in a riot gradually calmed down and turned into an ordinary stone book without any energy fluctuation. How is this possible? The dark crow roared in horror. He was completely confused and could not believe what he had seen. Dong! Yi Xian took a step forward, causing the ground to explode. Holding the book of life and death in his hands, he instantly appeared in front of the dark crow. When he struck out with his palm, he directly slapped the dark crow to the ground, and his wide foot suddenly stomped on the dark crow's face. Why? The life and death book is obviously formed by heaven and earth and contains incredible power. Why is it like this? The dark crow roared crazily as he was stepped on by Yi Xian. Obviously, he could not accept this fact. You are really ignorant. Yi Xian sneered and stroked the life and death book in his hand. A hint of excitement appeared in his eyes and then disappeared quietly. You are just a soul and your cultivation is extremely weak. How can the life and death book display its power in your hands? Yi Xian said bluntly. Hearing Yi Xian's words, the dark crow instantly realized that he had made a very serious mistake. He was just a soul now and had lost his cultivation. He was like a child. Even if he had a sharp steel knife in his hand, how could he fight against an adult? Unfortunately, it was too late for the dark crow to understand this. His life had already fallen into Yi Xian's hands and he might die in the next moment. What do you want? The dark crow said in a trembling voice. You only have two choices in front of me. You can either submit to me or die with your body and soul destroyed, Yi Xian said coldly. Impossible. The dark crow didn't even think about it and angrily refused. Although the dark crow was a soul and lacked most of his memories, he knew who he was when he was alive. In the distant past, he was known as the King Yanluo of Hell, and he was the ruler of the eastern underworld. How could he possibly submit to a junior of the future? Even though Yi Xian had stepped on him, the dark crow had his own pride and refused to bow down to Yi Xian. He roared, Junior, even if you are in the crossing calamity stage, I am the King of Hell of the East. Don't even think about making me submit to you. King Yanluo. Yi Xian sneered, his eyes full of contempt. A person's greatest sin is ignorance. Not to mention that you're just a mere soul now, even if you were alive, you were just a dejected immortal. As Yi Xian spoke to hear, his voice paused for a moment. His gaze towards the dark crow became even more strange as he said, Do you know the true meaning of the words King Yama? I. The dark crow said in a trembling voice, but it swallowed the words that were about to come out of its mouth. Its entire body became silent. How could the dark crow not understand the meaning of the words Yama King? Yama King was one of the kings of hell. It was said that in the earthly immortal realm, Yama King controlled the 6 paths of reincarnation and was revered by all living things. As for the world Yi Xian was in, it was just an abandoned land. The laws of heaven and earth were incomplete, and there was basically no trace of spiritual energy. Even the Yama hell that he was in right now was only constructed by the laws of the heavens for the reincarnation of the dead. A mere soul dared to use the name of Yama King. How could Yi Xian not find it ridiculous? Seeing the dark crow speechless, Yi Xian slowly shook his head and said with a cruel smile, I have given you a chance, but you don't know how to cherish it. Don't blame me. A terrifying bloody light bloomed in Yi Xian's palm. It seemed that Yi Xian would kill the dark crow in the next moment. Don't kill me. I can recognize you as my master, but you have to promise me one thing. When death approached, the dark crow finally felt fear. He really didn't want to die. After all, he had struggled at death's door for so many years in hopes of leaving this damned place. How could he be willing to die in the hands of Yi Xian? Condition. Yi Xian sneered, even your life is mine. Do you think you are qualified to negotiate with me? Now tell me how to find the person I want to find through the Book of Life and Death. And you said before that if I get the Book of Life and Death, I can control the 6 paths of reincarnation and control the entire Yama hell. Is this true? Yi Xian asked in a low voice. He moved his foot away from the dark crow's face, allowing him to quickly stand up. However, the yin energy around him fluctuated slightly. It was clear that he found it difficult to accept the fact that he had become Yi Xian's servant. The Book of Life and Death is formed from a worldly spirit. It records the existence of every soul in Fengdu. As long as you merge your divine sense into the book, you will naturally be able to find the other person's location. The dark crow bowed and continued, as for being able to control the Yama hell after obtaining the Book of Life and Death, this is only a lie. The life and death of all things are determined by the heavens. The 6 paths of reincarnation are also in charge of the reincarnation of souls. Outside of the true Yama king of the earth immortal world, no one has ever heard of this. After hearing the dark crow's explanation, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and kept on stroking the Book of Life and Death in his hand. A thoughtful glint flashed through his eyes as he sank into contemplation. Ever since Yi Xian entered the Yama hell and saw the boundless souls of the dead, an extremely bold idea arose in his mind. After the death of mortals, their souls would enter this place. If he could control the Yama hell, it would be of great benefit to him. However, after listening to the dark crow's explanation, it seemed that this was simply a delusion. Is it really impossible? Yi Xian muttered to himself. Hearing Yi Xian's words, the dark crow's expression changed. He did not expect Yi Xian to be so ambitious that he actually wanted to control the Yama hell. A mocking look appeared in the dark crow's eyes. This is simply a fantasy. Since the birth of the Yama hell, the 6 paths of reincarnation have always been operating. Although this 6 paths of reincarnation cannot be compared with the 6 paths of reincarnation in the earth immortal world, it is also filled with the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Even if you are a true immortal, you cannot resist the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation. The dark crow spoke respectfully, but his words contained a hint of mockery. Obviously, he sneered at Yi Xian's ambition. A fantasy story? How do you know it won't work if you don't try? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. A hint of madness flashed through his eyes and a strange smile appeared on his face. When the dark crow saw the smile on Yi Xian's face, he could not help but shudder. He unconsciously stepped back as if there was a voice in the unseen world telling him that the person in front of him would bring about an extremely terrible change to the Yama hell. You must not act recklessly. The 6 paths of reincarnation are not something that can be controlled by human strength. The dark crow said in horror. His illusory body trembled unconsciously. Obviously, he was frightened by Yi Xian's words. Chapter 106. Others might not know how terrifying the 6 Tao of reincarnation was, but how could the dark crow not know? The 6 Tao of law, destruction of life. This was not just a saying. If the terrifying power contained within were to erupt, the entire Yama hell would collapse. At that time, not only would Yi Xian die, but he would also be implicated. Unfortunately, Yi Xian did not take the dark crow's advice to heart. Since he had such an idea, he naturally had a certain level of confidence. Buzz. Yi Xian's divine sense entered the Book of Life and Death. He saw the Book of Life and Death flip rapidly. Information poured into Yi Xian's sea of consciousness like a tide. The scene of the entire Fengdu city was reflected in his mind. Found it. After dozens of breaths, Yi Xian opened his eyes. A trace of joy appeared on his face. He held the Book of Life and Death and directly walked out of the Yama Palace. He also let the dark crow quickly follow. East Gate of Fendu City. Yi Ling, her soul shadow was illusory. She hugged her knees and leaned against a corner of the wall. Her eyes were dull and lifeless as she stared blankly at the ground below her feet, giving off a delicate and pitiful feeling. Buzz. When Yi Xian appeared in front of Yi Ling, he did not attract any attention from her. Yi Xian saw his little sister's appearance and frowned slightly. Dark Crow, how do I recover her memories? Yi Xian asked in a low voice. The Book of Life and Death is a spiritual item of heaven and earth. Not only can it exterminate souls, but it can also recover their memories. As long as you activate this item, you can wake her up, the Dark Crow respectfully said. Hearing the Dark Crow's reminder, Yi Xian slowly nodded. The vast blood energy in his body poured into the Book of Life and Death, causing the book's light to blaze. It instantly enveloped Yi Ling, causing her dull face to distort as if she was experiencing some kind of pain. Ah! Suddenly, Yi Ling let out a scream. Her dull eyes gradually regained their spirit. Extreme fear appeared in her eyes. Little sister, don't be afraid, Yi Xian said softly. Brother. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian in front of her, she was completely stunned. Then, her face showed an expression of disbelief. She clearly remembered that at the airport in Jingdu, she was killed by a laser weapon that pierced through her heart. After that, she completely lost consciousness. Could it be that she was still alive? Didn't I die? Where is this place? Yi Ling's face was perplexed. When she saw the scene of Fendu City, she became even more perplexed. According to common sense, you are indeed dead. This is the underworld, a place where people go after death. Yi Xian sighed and helped his little sister up from the ground. Since I'm already dead, brother, why are you here? Could it be? Looking at the wandering souls in Fendu City and Yi Xian in front of him, Yi Ling's voice was choked with sobs. His face was filled with misery. He believed that Yi Xian was like him and had also become a soul. Alright, don't be silly. Your brother is not dead yet. This time, I came to the underworld to bring you back to the human world, Yi Xian said with a smile. Brother, is this true? Looking at the smile on Yi Xian's face, Yi Ling bit her lips tightly. She looked at Yi Xian with an extremely complicated expression. Yi Ling knew that her brother was very mysterious and had power that ordinary people could not reach. However, she had never thought that Yi Xian would have the ability to bring her back to life. If she had not seen Yi Xian with her own eyes, she would not have believed such a fantasy. Alright, little sister. You are now just a soul. Temporarily enter the Book of Life and Death. I will bring you back to the human world. Without waiting for Yi Ling to react, Yi Xian directly activated the Book of Life and Death and sucked his little sister's soul into it. When the Dark Crow saw this scene, his expression changed greatly. He immediately blocked in front of Yi Xian. Master, you cannot bring her out of the underworld, the Dark Crow said with a trembling voice. Yi Xian frowned and said, why? The cycle of life and death is determined by the heavens. This cannot be changed at all. If Master reverses yin and yang and brings the dead soul back to the human world, the 6 paths of reincarnation will definitely mercilessly suppress you, the Dark Crow explained anxiously. Hearing the Dark Crow's words, Yi Xian was stunned. He did not think that he was lying. After all, before he came to the underworld, Yuan Ling had told him about this. But I must bring her back to the human world. Yi Xian was silent for a long time. His eyes looked deeply at the Dark Crow. No, this is absolutely not possible. Unless Master does not even care about your own life. The Dark Crow roared in shock. He unconsciously stepped back because he found that an extremely terrifying bloody light had risen around Yi Xian's body. It was as if he was about to do something bad. Then I want to see how powerful the 6 paths of reincarnation is and whether or not it can stop me. Yi Xian's bloody light was chaotic. When he opened and closed his eyes, bloody lightning constantly flashed in his eyes. The surrounding void rumbled and exploded. Open for me. His roar shattered mountains and rivers. Heaven and earth shook. As Yi Xian punched out, a crack was directly blasted open in the endless void. A door to the human world also appeared in the void. Madman, you madman. Since you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Looking at this scene, the dark crow screamed in horror. He directly turned into a dark light and fled in panic. The trembling aura around the dark crow was proof of the extent of his fear. Suddenly, a terrifying thing happened. Whoosh, like a sea of blood and the yellow river, the wailing of billions of dead souls reverberated in the underworld. The 6 paths of reincarnation rose in the center of Fengdu City. The dim and turbid light seemed to illuminate the universe. The rotation of heaven and earth, the 6 paths of reincarnation, is boundless. The vast and merciless heavenly Tao thundered. This voice seemed to cross the barrier of time and space and appeared in the underworld. Rumble. The 6 paths of reincarnation crossed the void. The vast and invincible power directly crushed the gate of the human world opened by Yi Xian into ashes. The slowly rotating power of the Dharma seemed to crush the universe. Those who disturb yin and yang shall be killed. The heavenly Tao was merciless and the Dharma was strangling. The 6 paths of reincarnation rotated endlessly. Chains of order extended from the 6 paths of reincarnation and entangled Yi Xian with boundless and terrifying power. Yi Xian had never seen such a terrifying power. Even though he was in the crossing calamity stage, a great fear of life and death rose from the bottom of his heart. This feeling made Yi Xian's expression turn solemn. Extreme madness appeared in his eyes. How long has it been? 1 year or 2 years? When Yi Xian stepped into the crossing calamity stage, he no longer felt the invasion of death. The 4 years of life in the blood sea made him struggle in the face of death. He had not experienced this feeling for a long time. When this feeling appeared in his heart again, it made Yi Xian's blood boil completely. Monstrous fighting spirit appeared in his eyes. Undying celestial dipper. The sky exploded and the stars were shattered. Yi Xian sublimated to the extreme. His crossing calamity stage cultivation was fully revealed. The blood light of the Tongtian illuminated the entire Fengdu city. He also violently punched the 6 paths of reincarnation. Chapter 107. Bang! 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 The fist radiance was like a star, and the blood radiance was like a river of stars. Yi Xian's fists danced around the universe, and the chains of order collapsed under his fists. However, the 6 paths gate stood firm in the void, and a large number of chains of 6 paths shot out as if there was no end to them, wrapping around Yi Xian. The ground caved in for thousands of miles, and the void cracked. Fengdu City was in ruins. Yi Xian didn't know how many punches he had thrown, but the 6 paths gate in front of him didn't decrease in number, and his blood and qi were rapidly depleting. Bang! Suddenly, a chain of order shattered Yi Xian's protective blood radiance. The terrifying power of the law of 6 paths directly invaded his body, causing him to lose his balance and stagger backward. Thousands of miles away, the dark crow's face was filled with horror, and his eyes were filled with resentment. This idiot, does he really think he can fight against the law of 6 paths? High in the sky, in the void. Yi Xian's face was pale. A large number of chains of 6 paths had already wrapped around him, and terrifying blood scars appeared all over his body. From Yi Xian's hideous and terrifying face, one could tell how much pain he was in at this moment. Rumble. Suddenly, Yi Xian sat cross-legged, and his hideous and terrifying face gradually calmed down. When he opened his eyes, the blood-red lightning had already disappeared, and was replaced by a strange black lightning that a cool breeze blew, causing Yi Xian's gray hair to flutter in the wind. The blood radiance around him gradually disappeared, and a pitch-black and strange radiance slowly rose around him. God illuminates the sun and moon, demons create chaos, great demon fist creates chaos in heaven and earth, who in this world dares to claim supremacy, obscure and indescribable, the heavens were in turmoil. Yi Xian was slowly reciting sutras, and the sound of the 1,000 demons chanting came from the endless void. This chanting sound was strange and inexplicable, as if it had crossed the barrier of time and space to come to this world. It made people's souls tremble when they heard it. I have a fist, called the Great Demon. Rumble. Monstrous demonic light pierced through the past and present. When Yi Xian opened his eyes, his body began to tremble. The 6 chains wrapped around him gradually began to break apart. Bang! The 6 chains shattered in all directions. Yi Xian finally stood up. His entire body was shrouded in a pitch-black demonic light, making it impossible to see his expression. He slowly raised his right fist, and the fist aura that seemed to have transcended the ages was blooming with unprecedented power. Great Devil Fist. It was as if the stars had exploded, as if the heavens and earth were collapsing. When Yi Xian punched out, the endless void turned into dust and smoke, and the heaven-shaking demonic fist violently smashed towards the 6 doors. Bang bang bang. In the face of Yi Xian's punch, the door of 6 paths cracked and swayed violently in the void, as if it would collapse at any moment. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out from Yi Xian's mouth. The demonic light around him was extremely weak, and his face was extremely pale. This was because the Great Devil Fist was a supreme fist technique from the forbidden chapter of the Immortal Scripture. It was extremely difficult for him to perform it with his cultivation at the crossing calamity stage. At this moment, his body was already injured because of performing this fist technique. Rumble. The door of 6 paths cracked, but it eventually stabilized and did not disappear in the void. Instead, an extremely violent emotion bloomed from the door of 6 paths buzz. The door of 6 paths rotated continuously. At this moment, an extremely terrifying change was taking place. After a dozen breaths, the door of 6 paths merged together, forming a terrifying door of 6 paths, heaven-defying, die. The heavenly Tao was emotionless, and its voice was like the netherworld. Before Yi Xian could react, an extremely terrifying pulling force suddenly exerted on his body and directly swallowed him into the door of 6 paths pain, excruciating pain, a pain worse than death. This was what Yi Xian was feeling at this moment. This pain was not only exerted on Yi Xian's body, but also directly reflected on his soul. Yi Xian's consciousness was blurring, and his primordial spirit was weakening. It was as if his body and soul would be destroyed at any time. The terrifying 6 paths of Dharma constantly destroyed Yi Xian's body, causing his body to be covered in blood, and a large amount of death qi permeated around him. Yi Xian's consciousness was blurred, but he struggled to hold on. Yi Xian bit the tip of his tongue and forced himself to stay alert. He kept telling himself that he could not die yet, and that he still had many things to do. He had not ascended to the 9 heavens, and he had not overlooked all living beings. How could he die under the 6 paths of Dharma? I, Yi Xian, was born as a human, and I have to swim against the current. Even if the heavens and earth punish me, I will pierce through the heavens and crush the earth. Yi Xian roared ferociously in the door of 6 paths. His mournful and unwilling voice seemed to be able to shake the heavens and earth. Heaven-destroying halberd. When Yi Xian roared out, the center of his brows glowed. The heavenly punishing halberd shot out and transformed into a 3,000-meter-long blood halberd that enveloped his body, protecting his last bit of life force. He even wanted to bring him out of the 6 heavenly gates. You can't leave. Before the heaven-destroying halberd could bring Yi Xian away, Yi Xian roared, and his eyes were filled with madness. Today, I am already powerless against the incomplete six paths of Dharma. If I face the immortals in the future, where can I escape to? As a furnace, I can bury the heavens and earth. Devour. Yi Xian had gone completely crazy. He sat cross-legged in the middle of the six paths of heaven gate with the heavenly punishing halberd as his protector. His entire body emitted an aura that could break the heavens and destroy the earth. He even opened his mouth wide and swallowed all of the power of laws within the six paths of heaven gate into his body. Poof! 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 Yi Xian's crazy actions caused his body to explode. The six paths of Dharma power wreaked havoc in his body, causing him to be bathed in blood. It was a tragic sight. Devour the heavens and earth. Refine my demonic body. Yi Xian seemed to have forgotten the pain in his body. He roared furiously and formed a terrifying demonic seal with his palms. He forcibly refined the six paths of Dharma power in his body. Ruthless. Ruthless. Extremely ruthless. Some people had always thought that Yi Xian was ruthless to his enemies. However, they did not know that Yi Xian was truly ruthless to himself. It was not a big deal for a person to be ruthless to his enemies. However, being ruthless to himself was the most terrifying thing. There was no doubt that Yi Xian was this kind of person. It was also because Yi Xian was ruthless to himself that he was able to survive in the Blood Sea battlefield in just 4 years and reach the crossing calamity stage. Today, Yi Xian finally revealed his true nature. He would never allow himself to be a failure. Not only did he want to devour the six paths of Dharma power, he also wanted to use the six paths of Dharma power to improve his supreme cultivation. Refining. Refining the six paths of Dharma power in his body in a frenzy. Yi Xian's body went from being destroyed to being repaired and then back to being destroyed again. He did not know how much time had passed as the cycle continued. Perhaps it was a day, perhaps it was a year. When the six paths of Dharma power in Yi Xian's body quieted down, a light of enlightenment flashed across Yi Xian's mind. His body emitted a faint yellow light at this moment. Yi Xian slowly opened his eyes. Did I succeed? Yi Xian murmured to himself. He stared blankly at his palms. When his 5 fingers closed together, the extremely terrifying 6 paths of Dharma power crackled in his palms. The vast blood qi in his body surged like the sea, causing Yi Xian to be unable to recover for a long time. Success. I really did succeed. Not only did I refine the 6 paths of Dharma power, but my cultivation has also advanced from the early crossing calamity stage to the mid-crossing calamity stage. Yi Xian took a deep breath. His body trembled unconsciously, proving the extent of his excitement. High in the sky, in the void. Yi Xian sat cross-legged, constantly adjusting his surging emotions. Below him, more than half of Fendu City had been annihilated. This proved how terrifying the calamity Yi Xian had experienced before was. I was resurrected from death. I rose from the ashes. No matter how many calamities there are in front of me, they will not stop me, Yi Xian. Yi Xian slowly opened his eyes. His voice was calm and firm. The surging emotions in his heart also calmed down at this moment. Chapter 108. The world was silent and there was no sound at all. Yi Xian sat cross-legged in the air with a calm expression. He looked down at the entire Fendu city from the sky, and the 6 rays of light that bloomed around his body caused the countless souls to tremble. Moss. Master. The dark crow flew over from the distant horizon. He immediately knelt down and kowtowed towards Yi Xian with deep reverence in his eyes. The dark crow was a very prideful person. However, his so-called pride had disappeared in front of Yi Xian because he was completely convinced by Yi Xian's methods. What he saw today made the Dark Crow understand one thing. Perhaps becoming Yi Xian's servant was not a bad thing. Following this person might be the best choice in his life. Looking at the Dark Crow's respectful expression, Yi Xian's eyes deepened and said, "Get up, I have something to tell you." "Yes, master." The Dark Crow got up and bowed to the side to listen to Yi Xian's instructions. "This time, I have grasped the laws of six and have comprehended the Tao of life and death. I also plan to rebuild the Eastern Underworld. Are you willing to cut through all obstacles for me to achieve my wish?" Yi Xian said with dignity. "This subordinate is willing." The Dark Crow bowed. "Good, I will bestow you with a strand of the laws of six. This will also ensure your safety in the Eastern Underworld." Yi Xian flicked his finger and a strand of the laws of six entered the Dark Crow's forehead. The Dark Crow was overjoyed and kept kowtowing to Yi Xian to express his gratitude. "I will lend you the Book of Life and Death. You will help me gather 1,000,000 soldiers and 100,000 ghost generals to rebuild the Eastern Underworld." The Dark Crow was surprised to see Yi Xian giving him the Life and Death book. He didn't expect for Yi Xian to trust him so much. Not only did Yi Xian give him a strand of the six Tao laws, but he also gave him the book for safekeeping. It was also because of Yi Xian's selfless trust that the Dark Crow was extremely moved. He bowed to Yi Xian and said resolutely, "Don't worry, master. With the six Tao laws and the Book of Life and Death in my hands, I will select vengeful ghosts and vengeful spirits from the billions of dead souls to be my soldiers. I will definitely create an army of hell for master. Today, I promise that when I become an immortal in the future, I will reforge your body and help you step onto the great Tao of the immortal God." Yi Xian understood a principle very well. Although killing could instill fear in others, the only way for a superior to control others was to use a combination of kindness and punishment. The Dark Crow thanks Master for his great kindness. From now on, wherever Master points his blade, the Dark Crow will advance courageously and will never betray him. After receiving Yi Xian's promise, the Dark Crow was extremely moved and was completely subdued by Yi Xian. Yi Xian's eyes were deep and a smile appeared on his face. He was very satisfied with this result. Perhaps some people would ask, Yi Xian gave the Dark Crow a strand of the six Tao laws and even gave him the Book of Life and Death for safekeeping. Was he not afraid of the Dark Crow betraying him? Betrayal? Of course, Yi Xian thought of it. In fact, the Dark Crow didn't know that the six Tao laws given by Yi Xian seemed to be a reward for him, but it actually contained a bit of Yi Xian's divine sense. As long as the Dark Crow had any thoughts of betrayal, even if they were thousands of miles apart, Yi Xian could destroy his soul with just a thought. Trust? It didn't exist, not in this lifetime. Ever since Yi Xian stepped on the path of immortal cultivation, he had never trusted anyone. He only trusted himself. He seemed to trust the Dark Crow, but it was just a method to control people. The void trembled and the six Tao laws hummed. The laws of heaven and earth gradually evolved a new six Tao gate, allowing the souls of the dead to be reincarnated. This was the cycle of heaven and no one could change it. However, this new six Tao gate was no longer hostile to Yi Xian. After all, after refining the six Tao laws, he had the power of the six Tao laws in his body. The new six Tao gate naturally wouldn't suppress him. This is a jade slip for communication. If there's anything you can't solve, you can tell me. Yi Xian gave a jade slip to the Dark Crow, who received it respectfully. Rumble. The gate to the human world opened. Yi Xian took out a jade bottle and directly sucked Yi Ling, her soul out of the Book of Life and Death. When he stepped out, he also entered the gate to the human world. The Dark Crow respectfully sends the Yama King back to the human world. The Dark Crow held the Book of Life and Death and bowed to Yi Xian's back. In the gate to the human world, Yi Xian heard the Dark Crow respectfully sending him off. The corner of his mouth curved into a strange smile as he murmured, "Yama King." Yes, I like this name very much. It had been half a year since Yi Xian left for the underworld. It was already midsummer, and the scorching sun in the sky was roasting the earth. The surging heat waves made people feel even more anxious and unbearable. Half a year's time was neither too long nor too short. It was just that in this half a year, the world had already undergone extremely terrifying changes. There was a tsunami in Japan. A terrifying giant beast came ashore and devoured countless Japanese, causing tens of thousands of deaths. In a small country like Korea, there was a strange existence that ate people's souls and sucked their blood essence, causing extreme panic among the Koreans. In the Western countries, the legendary vampires were suspected to have appeared. There were even terrifying blood souls that wreaked havoc in the cities and devoured a large number of Western citizens, causing a bloody turmoil that had never been seen before. When these supernatural phenomena appeared all over the world initially kept it a secret. However, as these incidents appeared in large numbers, how could they hide from the eyes of the world? All the major forums on the internet, small news, and newspapers reported these terrifying incidents. An extremely panicked mood spread all over the world. When these supernatural phenomena appeared, people suddenly realized that the former order of the world had collapsed. Ancient martial art ability users that they had never seen before appeared one after another in front of them, fighting these terrifying beasts and strange blood souls. Facing these blood soul beasts that had escaped from the Blood Sea battlefield, how could the so-called ancient martial art ability users be a match for them? Crushing defeat, death, crying, and wailing. This was the fate of the ancient martial art ability users. The global summit was held at the United Nations. This meeting lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. The world did not know what the meeting was about, but when the leaders of the various countries returned to their countries, shocking news spread. Martial arts academies, special ability academies, Taoist temples, and Buddhist monasteries sprang up one after another in the eyes of the world. When these forces displayed their supernatural powers in front of the world was even more horrified to discover that the world they existed in was not as simple as they had imagined. The original worldview completely collapsed. The world finally realized that perhaps humanity was about to face an unprecedented calamity. From primary school to university, martial arts and special ability courses were set up. Taoism and Buddhism were added into the curriculum. From the basic theory of martial arts to the cultivation methods, they had already appeared in the academies. The military departments of various countries were also wantonly recruiting soldiers. Finally, the various countries in the world jointly released a piece of news. The world had changed. There were unknown creatures devouring humans. If humans did not want to be wiped out, they had to be armed and engage in a life-and-death battle with these strange creatures. When the various countries in the world finally used these things to resist these blood-soul beasts, people finally realized that this was no longer the world of the past. Unfortunately, even though the technological weapons were extremely terrifying and could barely resist some blood-soul beasts, the human casualties did not decrease. In the cities and towns, weapons of mass destruction could not be used at all. Not to mention whether the technological weapons could destroy these beasts. When these technological weapons erupted with terrifying power, before the blood-soul beasts died, the humans would die first. Chapter 109. Xia Country. One of the strongest countries in the world was also facing an unprecedented calamity. Be it the Martial Security Bureau or the military, they were all mobilized in this calamity. Ancient martial arts clans that were hidden all over the world appeared one after another. Even the secluded Taoist and Buddhist sects appeared in the eyes of the world. Jixia College, Martial Arts Heavenly Province, Lesser Thunder Temple, Monster Exterminating League. Some of these supernatural forces were established by the country, while others were established by private individuals. However, without exception, all of them were recruiting. However, in the face of the invasion of the blood-soul mutated beasts, these supernatural forces were defeated again and again. The occasional victory was just a drop in the bucket. The world fell into a bloody massacre. The former tourist attractions, the so-called famous mountains and lakes, were all sealed off by the various countries because of the existence of mutated beasts. If humans stepped into those places, the only outcome was death. When humans were defeated again and again and the blood-soul mutated beasts were rampant, a piece of exciting news came. In the West, Vatican City, a paladin walked out. With a golden holy spear, he killed countless blood-soul mutated beasts. He followed the will of God and walked the world. The people of the West cheered and the Vatican City became the highest holy land in the West. At the same time, in the East, Japan, a martial arts wanderer with a demon blade appeared. He killed countless blood-soul mutated beasts and bought Japan some time to breathe. In Korea, a martial arts saintess appeared. She traveled all over Korea and saved the lives of her people. She became famous and was revered as the saintess of the Korea protector. Xia country. 100 years ago, the second strongest in the world, Yi Ling Tian, walked out of the mountains. With a heavenly sword, he split mountains and rivers and destroyed countless blood-soul mutated beasts. He was revered as the protector sword god by the people of Xia country. This was not the end. 100 years ago, Xiantian martial artists appeared one after another. One of them was called Ba Dao. He was the fifth strongest in the world 100 years ago. His blood river saber was incomparably domineering. He was revered as the heavenly saber god. Taoist, Su Chongsheng, used supreme Tao to save the people of Xia country from suffering. Buddhist, Mahakassapa, claimed to be the reincarnation of Buddha. He saved the people of Xia country and displayed supreme Tao. He killed many blood souls and was revered by the people of Xia country. These people were resplendent and were revered by the world. However, they were only a part of it. There were even some unknown people who appeared in the land of Xia. Although they were nameless, they bloomed with dazzling brilliance. Sooner or later, they would be known by the world. For the survival of the human race, this world had finally become different from before. This was the best of times, but also the worst of times. When humans were faced with a life and death situation, the path of human evolution was accelerated. No one knew where humans would go in the future. Capital, Yi family's ancestral home. During this half a year, the Yi father and son were in low spirits. Even the scorching afternoon sun could not illuminate their cold hearts. Due to the changes in the world, the Yi family was no longer the same as before. The family business had plummeted, and the ancient martial ability users had left to seek refuge with the major forces. The Yi family was no longer the Yi family of the past. Other than some money, the Yi family had nothing else to rely on. It was not just the Yi family. In this world of turmoil, the 8 great families in the capital had undergone a complete reshuffle. Several big shots in Xia had made a move and suppressed the 8 great families in half a month, completely centralizing the power of the military, politics, and business. The only thing that made the Yi father and son rejoice was that Mother Yi was still in the Yi family because of Yi Ling. It was also because she had preserved Yi Ling's body that the Yi family was able to survive this reshuffle. It had to be said that because of Yi Xian, the Yi family was still able to safely exist in the capital. This made the Yi father and son feel very fortunate. Hope rose in their hearts. If Yi Xian returned, perhaps the Yi family could rise again in this new world. However, in this torturous wait, Yi Xian still had not returned. The Yi father and son could not sleep at night. They had already gradually lost their last hope. "Father, it's already been half a year. It looks like he won't be coming back." Yi Canghao leaned weakly on the chair. Looking at Yi Ling in the crystal coffin, a trace of despair appeared in his eyes. "Wait a little longer. Let's wait a little longer," Yi Canghai said in a low voice. "Father, how can the dead come back to life? It's better to bury Ling." Yi Canghao smiled bitterly and shook his head. Hearing Yi Canghao's dispirited words, Yi Canghao's face flushed red. He shouted angrily, "Are you crazy?" Before Yi Xian left, he told us to protect Ling Er's body. If he comes back and finds out that we buried Ling Er, how can he let it go? Moreover, you have to know that the world has changed. Our Yi family is just a group of ordinary people. If it weren't for Yi Xian's deterrence, just our wealth alone would be enough to make these forces attack us. Yi Canghai said in a trembling voice. Looking at Yi Canghai's flushed face, Yi Canghai was extremely bitter. How could he not know the Yi family's current situation? If it weren't for the Wu and Si Qinglong helping the Yi family because of Yi Xian, their Yi family would have been completely devoured by these rising forces. Bang! Suddenly, the tightly shut door of the Yi family was kicked open. Dozens of ability users strode in. The leader was a man with a strong back and a bare waist. His face was ferocious and his body was covered in flames. He looked at the Yi family's father and son with greed in his eyes. "Old man Yi, our Roaring Flame Association suffered heavy casualties because of fighting against the exotic beasts. Now we need some funds from your Yi family. Are you going to give it or not?" The man laughed sinisterly and strode towards the Yi family's father and son. "Li Yuanlong, our Yi family treated you well in the past. Now you're betraying your master. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by others?" Yi Canghai stood up angrily and roared. "Ha!" Li Yuanlong laughed sinisterly. He looked at Yi Canghai with ridicule in his eyes and said, "The world has changed. Your Yi family is no longer the Yi family of the past. If I were you, I would tactfully take the money and not talk nonsense. You." Yi Canghai was so angry that his body was unsteady. However, he also knew that his Yi family had no ability to resist these ability users. "Old man Yi, I once gave face to Lord Azure Dragon and didn't make things difficult for your Yi family. However, after such a long time, Lord Azure Dragon led his team to fight against exotic beasts. If you can't take out the money today, I'll see who can protect your Yi family." Li Yuanlong sneered. Bang! Yi Canghao slammed the table and stood up, roaring, "Li Yuanlong, don't be too complacent. Although my Yi family is not as good as before, let me tell you, my Yi family is not easy to bully. If Yi Xian returns, our Yi family will definitely rise again." Yi Xian. The existence that killed Li Huantian. At the mention of Yi Xian, Li Yuanlong's expression changed. A hint of fear flashed across his eyes, but it quickly disappeared without a trace. He sneered in disdain and said, "I can't afford to offend this Mr. Yi, but so what? I heard that this person disappeared from the world half a year ago. Perhaps he was already eaten by exotic beasts. He's just a dead man. Could it be that your Yi family is counting on a dead man to stir up trouble?" Ha! Li Yuanlong was obviously fearless and laughed wildly. He didn't put Yi Xian in his eyes at all. After all, he had endured for a long time and decided to take action today because he concluded that Yi Xian might have already died somewhere. He had deeply experienced the terror of these blood-soul exotic beasts. Chapter 110. Alright, we'll give you the money. How much do you want? Yi Canghai understood that people had to lower their heads under someone else's roof. He could only compromise with Li Yuanlong. "Dad!" Yi Canghao said unwillingly. "Shut up." Yi Canghai gritted his teeth and reprimanded, but he was also extremely humiliated. Ha! Li Yuanlong laughed proudly. "Old Yi, you're a wise man. My Roaring Flame Society doesn't want much. Give me 90% of your Yi family's assets and I can promise you that I will never step into your house again." What? 90% of the assets? Even though Yi Canghai had guessed that Li Yuanlong was going to ask for an exorbitant price, he never imagined that the other party would be so greedy. 90% of the assets was practically giving the entire Yi family to Li Yuanlong. What was the difference between this and the Yi family's downfall? Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Yi Canghai roared. Humph. Li Yuanlong's face turned cold. He said coldly, "Old thing, I see that you're refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Since that's the case, don't blame me for not caring about our old friendship." Li Yuanlong strode forward and arrived in front of the crystal coffin in the inner hall. When he saw Yi Ling's body in the coffin, the smile on his face became even more ferocious. "I heard that this person is Yi Xian's little sister. Her body has been here for half a year. Your Yi family spent tens of millions to build this crystal coffin just to preserve a dead person. In my opinion, this is simply too wasteful. Why don't you give this coffin to me and exchange it for a large amount of money? Wouldn't that be better?" Li Yuanlong kept touching the crystal coffin, his eyes filled with greed. "Don't touch her." Yi Canghai and Yi Canghai's faces changed. Yi Ling's was their last hope in the crystal coffin. If even Yi Ling's body couldn't be preserved, then the Yi family would really cease to exist. Yi Canghai's face turned red. He didn't care if he was Li Yuanlong's opponent. He raised his fist and punched. Bang! Without waiting for Yi Canghai to come close, Li Yuanlong smiled sinisterly and kicked Yi Canghai to the ground. The sound of bones breaking was exceptionally ear-piercing. Pfft! Yi Canghai coughed up a mouthful of blood. His face was as pale as paper as he glared at Li Yuanlong. His eyes were filled with unwillingness and rage. "You piece of trash. I used to call you young Master Yi, but now, in my eyes, you're worse than a dog." Li Yuanlong sneered. "Men, throw the woman in the coffin out for me. Send this coffin to the dazzling auction house and ask them how much it's worth." Li Yuanlong immediately ordered his subordinates to take action. "Yes, boss." A dozen arcanists shouted excitedly and strode toward the crystal coffin. "Li Yuanlong, she is Yi Xian's younger sister. If you dare to touch her, when Yi Xian returns in the future, you will definitely die without a burial ground," Yi Canghai roared furiously. "I don't dare." Li Yuanlong sneered and said, "Using Yi Xian, who we don't know if he's dead or alive, to scare me? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Attack!" Li Yuanlong did not waste any time and directly gave the order. A dozen arcanists once again stepped forward and began to pry open the crystal coffin. Woo, woo, woo. Suddenly, the originally sunny sky gradually darkened. A gust of cold wind blew through the Yi family's ancestral home. Cries of the dead could be heard from all directions, startling Li Yuanlong and the others. Their actions of prying open the coffin abruptly stopped. Rumble. Like a meteor falling to earth, like the Milky Way hanging upside down, a blood-colored flowing light traversed across the sky. Following an earth-shattering explosion, the Yi clan's ancestral residence suddenly shook, and a slender figure also appeared in the Yi clan's courtyard. Rumble. Blood-red lightning flashed across the sky. The dark clouds were extremely thick. Under the illumination of this terrifying celestial phenomenon, Yi Xian's body was shrouded in blood-red light. He had his hands behind his back as he looked indifferently at Li Yuanlong and the others. His face was calm and no one could tell what he was thinking. Yi Xian. Yi Canghai's expression was sluggish as he muttered to himself. Then, a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. In an instant, he seemed to have become dozens of years younger. Hiss. The sound of cold air being sucked in could be heard. Li Yuanlong's pupils dilated and his face instantly turned pale. A large amount of cold sweat rolled down his forehead and his feet unconsciously retreated. Yi. Mr. Yi. Li Yuanlong trembled as he spoke. His knees went soft as he knelt on the ground and continuously kowtowed towards Yi Xian. As for the dozen or so subordinates beside him, they collapsed to the ground like mud. There were even some with weak minds whose crotches were already drenched in urine. It was no wonder that these people were so afraid of Yi Xian. It was because Yi Xian was truly terrifying. He had done several major things in the capital, and each of them were ruthless and merciless. No one was left alive. How could Li Yuanlong and the others not feel fear when facing such a great demon? With the invasion of death, sweat poured down like rain. Li Yuanlong and the others were so frightened that they couldn't speak. They kowtowed like they were pounding garlic. They didn't even have the courage to fight to the death with Yi Xian. How do you want to die? Yi Xian slowly walked forward. His voice was very calm, so calm that Li Yuanlong and the others felt that death was slowly approaching them. Yi. Mr. Yi, spare us. Li Yuanlong trembled as he begged for mercy. He didn't dare to raise his head. Spare us? Yi Xian gently smiled and said, go repent in the underworld. Bang! Yi Xian's palm was like the sky, suppressing all things. Li Yuanlong and the others didn't even have the chance to resist. They instantly exploded into clouds of bloody residue. The bleak and beautiful rain of blood poured over the Yi residence's courtyard. At a glance, it was extremely terrifying. Cruel, bloody, and merciless. Yi Xian's terrifying methods made the father and son of the Yi family pale. However, there was a hint of joy in their eyes. They knew that Yi Xian's return would completely change the situation of the Yi family's gradual decline. Before the father and son of the Yi family could step forward, a terrifying scene made them stop in their tracks. They looked at Yi Xian in horror. Rumble. Yi Xian slightly narrowed his eyes. When his palm and fingers swept through the air, the souls of Li Yuanlong and the others condensed. The gate to the underworld slowly opened. As Yi Xian's palm sent the dozens of souls into the underworld, his cold and merciless voice rang out in the void. Send them to the Avicii hell and roast them in the underworld fire forever. They will never be reincarnated. As you command, Lord Yama. From the gate to the underworld came the dark crow's sinister voice. As the gate to the underworld closed, the Yi residents also quieted down. However, the father and son of the Yi family seemed to have lost their souls and were completely stunned. What was that? Yi Tsang murmured in horror. Unfortunately, Yi Xian didn't answer the father and son's questions. He slowly walked into the inner hall until he arrived in front of the crystal coffin. Only then did the father and son of the Yi family wake up and quickly walk towards Yi Xian. Xian, you're finally back. Yi Canghai's tears flowed down his face. He was choked with sobs and couldn't speak. Chapter 111. I don't like this form of address. You'd better not call me that. Yi Xian's eyes were deep and there was no emotion in his voice. Yi Xian, although I've let you and your son down, he's still your grandfather. What kind of attitude is this? Yi Canghao reprimanded with a complicated expression. A cold smile appeared on the corner of Yi Xian's mouth. He narrowed his eyes as he looked at Yi Canghao and said, Yi Canghao, I have to admit that you have the grace of giving birth to me, but you've never raised me. Previously, I didn't kill you, so it can be considered as repaying your kindness. However, if you still don't know how to advance or retreat, then don't blame me, Yi Xian, for being ruthless. Thud thud thud. Looking at Yi Xian's cold gaze, Yi Canghao's face turned pale and he subconsciously retreated. He fell silent at this moment. Okay, it's good that Yi Xian is back. We're all family. Don't ruin our relationship over such a small matter. Yi Canghai hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Xian, Suddenly, the sound of staggering footsteps could be heard from the inner hall. Yi Ping was helping Mrs. Yi out of the inner hall. When Mrs. Yi saw Yi Xian, tears of excitement flowed from her eyes. Mrs. Ye's appearance made Yi Xian ignore the father and son of the Yi family. He strode towards Mrs. Yi and said, "Mother, I'm back. He's back. My son is finally back." In the past 6 months, Mrs. Yi had become more and more haggard in great grief. However, when she saw Yi Xian return, there was finally a glimmer of light in her eyes. "I shouldn't have made things difficult for you. How can a dead person come back to life? Let's bury Ling and return to Jiangnan," Mrs. Yi said while choking with sobs. Looking at his mother's haggard face, Yi Xian sighed. This was the only kinship he had and also the last bit of humanity he had. From now on, he would never let his family be in any danger. Bang! Yi Xian was silent. When he struck out with his palm, the crystal coffin that cost tens of millions instantly shattered. However, it did not harm Yi Ling's body. Under the surprised gazes of Mother Yi and the others, a jade bottle appeared in Yi Xian's hand. Pop! Yi Xian opened the jade bottle, and Yi Ling's soul floated out. Under Yi Xian's palm and fingers, a large amount of blood-colored runes merged into Yi Ling's soul, causing it to instantly merge into her physical body. Whing! A cool breeze surged, and the bloody light was misty. Under the stunned gazes of Mother Yi and the others, Yi Ling's physical body floated in the air. Her entire body bloomed with a blazing bloody light, blooming with an extremely shocking vitality. Squeak! After a full 10 minutes, the bloody light around Yi Ling dissipated, and she murmured. She opened her eyes in a daze, as if she had a big dream. Such a scene made the father and son of the Yi family dumbfounded. Even Mother Yi and Yi Ping were silent. They could not believe that a person who had been dead for half a year had really come back to life in front of them. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would have thought that it was a fantasy. Ling. Her. Mother Yi was the first to recover from the shock. She staggered towards her daughter and hugged her tightly. A large amount of tears even wet her cheeks. Being hugged by Mother Yi, Yi Ling's eyes were filled with confusion as she muttered to herself, "Mother, I seem to have had a dream. I dreamed that I died and went to hell. Then, I saw brother. He said that he would bring me back to the mortal world and let me come back to life. This dream is so real." Hearing Yi Ling's words, Mother Yi did not have any thoughts, but the expressions of the father and son of the Yi family changed drastically. They even instantly looked at Yi Xian with horror in their eyes. The father and son of the Yi family clearly remembered that after Li Yuanlong and the others died, more than 10 pale shadows appeared in the void and were directly thrown into a door by Yi Xian. There were even faint wails of the dead coming from the door, and some people even called Yi Xian Yama King. Could it be? Could it be that what Yi Ling said is true? Yi Xian really went to hell before, and that's how he brought her back to life. The father and son of the Yi family thought of this matter and felt terrible. If this was true, then how could Yi Xian be an ancient warrior? Then what kind of existence is he? When this question arose in the hearts of the father and son of the Yi family, the two of them suddenly felt their hair stand on end. They looked at Yi Xian with an expression of awe that they had never had before. Yi Xian could completely feel the panicked emotions of the father and son of the Yi family. This also made him immediately understand that the two of them probably already had a great guess about him. This also made Yi Xian look deeply at the father and son of the Yi family. Immediately, the two of them turned their heads away and became silent. A warning. Yi Xian's gaze was an undisguised warning. How could the father and son of the Yi family not understand? Naturally, they did not dare to make a ruckus. "Brother." When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, she called out to him. She also made Yi Xian walk slowly to his little sister's side. He comforted her, "Your body is still very weak right now. Rest well for a period of time. When the time comes, we will return to Jiangnan together." Yi Xian did not explain the truth of the trip to hell. After all, if he did, it would only add unnecessary trouble to him. If this kind of shocking matter were to spread to the outside world, it would definitely attract the attention of the entire world. This was also the result that Yi Xian did not want to see. Yi Xian, you can rest assured. The Yi family has large amounts of tonics. They will definitely help Ling or recover in the shortest amount of time. Yi Canghai promised. Xian. Yi Xian. You just returned home today. Tonight, let's have dinner together as a family. Yi Canghao lowered his posture, faintly imploring. Unfortunately, Yi Xian was silent. Only after a dozen breaths did he calmly say, "There's no need for dinner. I still have some things to do. When I return, I will take them back to Jiangnan." After saying this, Yi Xian did not linger for a moment. He turned and walked out the door. This made the father and son of the Yi family extremely disappointed. Mother Yi anxiously said, "Xian, where are you going?" "Mom, don't worry about me. It's just that Ling-er's matter is not over yet. I will make the real culprit behind this die without a burial ground." Following Yi Xian's voice, he disappeared from the Yi family ancestral home. A waning moon hung in the sky. Under the moonlight, a skyscraper was illuminated without a speck of dust. On the rooftop of the skyscraper, a cool breeze blew, causing Yi Xian's gray hair to flutter in the wind. His hands were behind his back as he looked at the entire capital. His expression did not change at all. No one knew what he was thinking. Tap tap tap. A series of hurried footsteps sounded. Tai Li and a beautiful girl appeared on the rooftop. When the two saw Yi Xian's back, their eyes were filled with excitement. "Mr. Yi, is it really you?" The beautiful girl was about 16 years old. She gave people a feeling that she was extremely cute, but also stunning. Her beautiful face and curvaceous body made any man who saw her feel the urge to hold her in their arms and ruthlessly ravage her. Sexy lowly. These 4 words should be enough to express the girl's appearance. Yi Xian indifferently turned around. When he saw the changes on Ling Long's body, a hint of amazement appeared in his eyes. He did not expect that after not seeing this little girl for half a year, she would already be so seductive. He was afraid that when she grew up, all the men in the world would kneel before her. Although Ling Long gave Yi Xian a sense of amazement, Yi Xian's heart did not waver in the slightest. When Ling Long and Tai Li saw Yi Xian's appearance, they were overjoyed and quickly walked towards him. Chapter 112. Mr. Yi, you're finally back. The two of them came before Yi Xian. Their voices were filled with excitement as they bowed. "I called Azure Dragon, but I couldn't get through. Where is he?" Yi Xian asked softly. At the mention of Azure Dragon, Ling Long bit her lips and a worried look appeared on her face. She quickly described to Yi Xian what had happened to the world in the past 6 months. The blood-soul exotic beasts were wreaking havoc all over the world, and the Xia was no exception. The entire Martial Security Department was mobilized to fight the blood-soul exotic beasts all over the country. The communication facilities from before had long been abandoned. Even though the Martial Security Department was understaffed, Azure Dragon still left Tai Li and Ling Long in the capital to wait for Yi Xian's appearance. Yi Xian was not surprised at all as he listened to Ling Long's description of the world's changes. After all, these blood-soul exotic beasts had escaped from the Blood Sea battlefield. He had already expected this situation. As Ling Long continued to describe, Yi Xian also learned about the supernatural forces that had appeared all over the world. However, these things did not affect him in the slightest. However, Yi Xian could clearly sense that when Ling Long mentioned some of the powerful people of the present era, her eyes were filled with great respect. She even seemed to have transformed into a lark, talking endlessly to Yi Xian. "Mr. Yi, you might not know this, but I saw sword god Yi Lingtian kill the East Sea giant beast with a single slash with my own eyes. There was also that absolute heaven sword god. With just one slash, he even, before Ling Long could continue, Yi Xian frowned slightly and waved his hand to interrupt her. I'm not interested in knowing who these people are. I've summoned the two of you here today because there's something I need you to do. Ling Long held her breath when she saw Yi Xian frowning slightly. She quickly stopped talking. Mr. Yi, you saved Ling Long's life, and I dare not forget the oath we made back then. No matter what orders you have, Ling Long will definitely not refuse, Ling Long said solemnly. Yi Xian nodded his head in satisfaction when he saw Ling Long's respectful attitude. He had saved this woman back then so that she could help him with some matters. Otherwise, Yi Xian would not be so kind as to save someone who had nothing to do with him. First, pass down my orders. Mobilize all the men of the Wu and department and find the real culprit behind the assassination of Yi Ling, at the airport in Jingdu half a year ago. The second matter is that I need a group of death warriors for my use. As for how to find these death warriors, I'll leave it to the two of you to decide. However, you must get it done in the shortest time possible, Yi Xian said firmly. Tai Li and Ling Long were stunned when Yi Xian instructed them to do these two things. A troubled expression flashed across their faces. Tai Li even had a bitter smile on his face as he said, Mr. Yi, you think too highly of the two of us. Although the second matter is difficult to handle, it's not impossible. But the first thing you ordered is to mobilize the entire Wu and department's strength. However, the members of Wu and department's 8 teams have all gone to various places to fight exotic beasts. With just a word from you, how can they? Tai Li wanted to say something, but he stopped and did not continue. Obviously, Yi Xian was only a guest of Earth team. He did not have that much authority to mobilize the entire Wu and department for his use. If it were the previous world, with Yi Xian's reputation, the 8 team leaders would give him some face. However, the entire world was in turmoil now. The 8 team leaders were already in a terrible fix. How could they have the time to help Yi Xian investigate the so-called real culprit behind the scenes? Yi Xian naturally understood this logic. However, since he could say such words, he naturally had a certain level of confidence. Tell the 8 team leaders that I want to see them at the Wu and department headquarters in 7 days. If any of them don't show up, then don't blame me, Yi Xian, for falling out with them. Yi Xian's voice was cold, causing Tai Li and Ling Long's faces to turn bitter. However, they could only agree because both of them knew that this Mr. Yi in front of them was a man of his word. The two of them only needed to pass on the message. As for whether the 8 team leaders came or not, it had nothing to do with the two of them. Yi Xian gave the two of them some more instructions. An hour later, Yi Xian drifted away. Looking at Yi Xian's disappearing figure, Tai Li sighed. Then, he looked at Ling Long and said with a hint of worry in his eyes, Ling Long, you didn't tell Mr. Yi that the nation protector sword god wants to take you as his disciple. Don't mention this again. You should know that I've already sworn to serve Mr. Yi for 10 years. How can I really take Yi Lingtian as my master? Ling Long said coldly. But are you really willing to do that? Tai Li's expression was complicated as he continued, you must know that Yi Lingtian was the second strongest expert in the world 100 years ago. His sword technique is divine. If you can obtain his inheritance, you'll definitely be an outstanding person in the future. Why don't you beg Mr. Yi and ask him to let you go? Alright, stop talking. Ling Long's expression turned cold. She turned around and walked away. Sigh. Tai Li sighed. He knew that this matter was too difficult. He quickly followed Ling Long and the two of them disappeared into the night. The warden, as the name suggested, was a place to imprison criminals. Since ancient times, anyone who had committed a serious crime would be sentenced by the Supreme Court and imprisoned in the warden's prison to serve their sentence. Some of the most heinous criminals would also be temporarily detained in the warden's prison before they were executed. Using heavy punishments in troubled times was a precedent in every dynasty, and the Xia kingdom was no exception. With the world in turmoil, there would naturally be people with ulterior motives stirring up trouble. However, in front of the colossus that was Xia, those with ulterior motives were directly suppressed. Those with light crimes were sentenced to death while those with heinous crimes were sentenced to death. This caused the warden to become overcrowded. Capital City, the warden. The black iron gate was tightly shut. An electric net of brambles and iron wires flickered with blue lightning from time to time. There were also heavily guarded soldiers patrolling the prison. At this moment, Yi Xian stood in front of the prison gate, attracting the attention of the patrolling soldiers. However, Yi Xian did not do anything out of the ordinary, so it was not appropriate for the soldiers to investigate. Buzz! Suddenly, the prison gate slowly opened. A middle-aged man in an official's uniform walked out quickly, followed by a large number of prison guards. These people walked nervously towards Yi Xian with flattering smiles on their faces. "Mr. Yi, we are honored by your presence. Please forgive me for not going out to meet you." Zhang Bin, the warden of the capital city. Although his official position was not high, and he was even less popular in the capital city, in this prison, he was the supreme existence. Originally, Zhang Bin was very leisurely. He was so leisurely that he played cards every day, drank a few sips of wine in the office, and patrolled the prison with his subordinates when he was free. As long as he ensured that the criminals did not escape, it could be said that his life was very peaceful. However, Zhang Bin's peaceful days had come to an end. Just last night, he was still sleeping in his warm bed when a call from the Ministry of War woke him up completely. He even told him that an extremely important person would be coming to the capital city's warden for an inspection today. No matter what the other party wanted, he had to cooperate fully. Chapter 113. The Big Boss of the Ministry of War. That was an existence that Zhang Bin looked up to. He never thought that the big boss of the Ministry of War would personally call him. How could someone who could be valued so highly by the big boss of the Ministry of War be an ordinary person? When Zhang Bin carefully asked who was coming to the prison for inspection, Yi Xian's name also entered Zhang Bin's ears. It made him shiver and his entire body tremble. Although Yi Xian had disappeared for half a year, his name had spread throughout capital city. How could Zhang Bin not know this person? Zhang Bin had arrived at the prison early in the morning to wait for Yi Xian's arrival. He was afraid that he would offend this Mr. Yi again due to his lack of etiquette. No need for formalities. Has the person I want been arranged? Yi Xian said calmly. I've already arranged everything. Mr. Yi, please come in. Zhang Bin smiled obsequiously and led the way for Yi Xian. The group of people entered the prison in a grandiose manner. The four walls were densely covered with electric fences. There were also many soldiers with rifles patrolling the prison. That was the scene that Yi Xian saw. After passing through the prison gate, Zhang Bin led the way. From time to time, Yi Xian could see criminals walking around the prison. However, these criminals were all followed by prison guards, making them appear even more listless. Soon, Yi Xian saw a sports field in front of him under Zhang Bin's guidance. The sports field was as big as a football field. It was surrounded by electric fences and there were thousands of criminals trapped in it. They were all bald and wore prison uniforms. Their eyes were lifeless as if they had lost their souls. That was the state of thousands of criminals. Open the gate. Following Zhang Bin's shout, the two jailers quickly opened the door. There were also a large number of soldiers armed with rifles guarding Yi Xian and the others. Mr. Yi, please. Zhang Bin smiled obsequiously. Yi Xian slowly walked in, and Zhang Bin quickly followed. He even gestured to the jailer behind him to have the gun-wielding soldiers quickly follow the two of them. In the sports field. When Yi Xian arrived at a high platform, he looked down at the thousands of criminals below. These criminals, who were already numb and lifeless, finally noticed the existence of Yi Xian and the others. They all looked towards Yi Xian and the others. Mr. Yi, there are a total of 1024 people here. Every one of them has committed a heinous crime and has been sentenced to death by the Supreme Court. They will be executed on the next day, Zhang Bin reminded in a low voice. Hey, isn't this Warden Zhang? What brings you here today? Hee, Head Warden Zhang, you've brought a pretty boy. Are you going to give us a treat? This tender little thing makes Lao Tzu drool. I wonder if she can withstand Lao Tzu's torment in bed. Thousands of death row criminals laughed loudly. All kinds of obscenities were heard from time to time as if they were venting their inner frustrations. This made Zhang Bin's face turn gloomy. He even stole glances at Yi Xian from the corner of his eyes, afraid that Yi Xian would be dissatisfied. Shut up, you bastards! Zhang Bin scolded. Hey, Head Warden Zhang is angry. Could it be that this pretty boy is your lover? Ha! All sorts of laughter could be heard incessantly, causing Zhang Bin to be so angry that he was speechless. Although Zhang Bin was the warden, he had no way to control these prisoners who were about to be executed. After all, they were about to die. Why would they be afraid of a mere warden? Mr. Yi, I'm really sorry. Zhang Bin's face was red as he bowed and apologized to Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian's eyes were indifferent. His gaze swept across the faces of these death row criminals, then he said to Zhang Bin, you can take your men out now. Yes. Ah. Mr. Yi, what did you say? Zhang Bin's expression changed drastically. He looked at Yi Xian with horror in his eyes. I said, you can take your men out now. Yi Xian frowned slightly and repeated himself. Mr. Yi, you can't do that. Zhang Bin's face was pale while large amounts of cold sweat appeared on his forehead, and he said anxiously, you don't know, but these people are about to be executed. If you're left here alone, then they'll definitely kill you. It was no wonder that Zhang Bin was so afraid. Although Mr. Yi was a martial artist, the death row criminals on the field were all vicious people. There were thousands of them. As the saying goes, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Zhang Bin was very sure that if Yi Xian was left here alone, he would end up in an extremely miserable state. If something happened to Yi Xian, how would he explain it to his superiors? That was what Zhang Bin was most worried about. Did you not understand what I said? Yi Xian said coldly. But. Zhang Bin stuttered and refused to leave with his men. Go. I'll take care of everything, Yi Xian said coldly. Yes, sir. Zhang Bin looked hesitant, but in the end, he gritted his teeth and left the field with the soldiers behind him. However, before he left, he kept warning the death row criminals that if they dared to be rude to Yi Xian, they would suffer a fate worse than death. Unfortunately, how could these death row inmates put Zhang Bin's warning in their eyes? At this moment, their eyes were shining as they looked at Yi Xian, who was on the high platform. There were even some who faintly walked towards Yi Xian. As Zhang Bin left with his men, Yi Xian stood on the high platform and looked down at the thousands of death row criminals. His expression was calm and there was no fear. Brothers, I, Li Lao San, want this gigolo. If anyone dares to steal him from me, don't blame me for fucking killing you. A middle-aged man with a ferocious face looked at Yi Xian with a lustful gaze. He was striding towards Yi Xian. Li Lao San, go easy on him. Don't break this gigolo. Someone laughed out loud. This kid is really looking for death. Doesn't he know where he is? How dare he face us alone? Someone laughed cruelly. The atmosphere in the field was lively. Most people looked at Yi Xian as if they were looking at a dead man. Humph, you idiots. Have you all been locked up until you became stupid? It was a thin and weak-looking young man who wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. He gave off a refined feeling, but when he said those words, the prisoners were startled. They looked at him with eyes filled with fear. Brother Jean, what do you mean? Someone asked. This person dares to face us alone. He's either an idiot, or he doesn't take us seriously at all. I'm more inclined to the second possibility. I'm afraid this Li Lao-san will end up very badly. The skinny young man said with certainty. He looked at Yi Xian with even more surprise. On the high platform, Li Lao-san was less than 3 meters away from Yi Xian. At that moment, his face was filled with a ferocious smile. He looked at Yi Xian from head to toe and said a lot of obscene words. Tisk, tsk, tsk. This body, this skin. Lao Tzu can meet such a fine specimen like you before he dies. The heavens have eyes. Today, Lao Tzu will. Chapter 114. Qi. Suddenly, without waiting for old Li San to finish his words, Yi Xian did not move. His sword fingers streaked across the air, and an extremely terrifying bloody light shot out from his sword fingers. Old Li San's smile had not faded away, but his entire body was cut in half at the waist, turning into 2 horrifying halves of a corpse that fell limply onto the high platform. Glaring blood spurted out, and a corpse that was too horrible to look at. This was the scene that appeared before the eyes of the thousands of death row prisoners, and it also caused the entire field to become eerily silent. Ah! After a full 10 breaths, an unknown person let out a scream, completely breaking the dead silence on the field. It also caused the death row prisoners to cry out in alarm. Finally, a trace of fear appeared in their eyes as they looked at Yi Xian. Tap, tap, tap. The wind was light and the clouds were light, untainted by a speck of dust. Yi Xian strolled on the high platform. With every step he took, it was as if he was stepping on the apex of the hearts of these prisoners, making it difficult for them to breathe. In my eyes, Yi Xian, all of you are a bunch of trash, scum, and maggots in a cesspool. Yi Xian's voice was cold and emotionless. His eyes were filled with disdain as he looked at these prisoners. As Yi Xian's voice fell, the expressions of the thousands of death row prisoners changed. Some of them even took out sharp weapons sharpened from toothbrushes from their arms, and their gazes towards Yi Xian became extremely fierce. Although Yi Xian had displayed a bloody scene, these people were not frightened. After all, they were all people who were about to die, and had long been prepared to die. They were not so afraid that they did not dare to attack Yi Xian. Sir, don't think that just because you're an ancient martial artist that you can make us afraid just because you killed old Li San. Why don't you tell us why you're here? The young man with the gold-rimmed glasses strolled out, looking at Yi Xian with a puzzled expression. Yi Xian could completely see that this young man was an extremely shrewd person. This made him nod with slight satisfaction, and he said, "You're very good. You're not as stupid as them." As Yi Xian said this, he looked at the death row prisoners in a scrutinizing manner. His voice was strange and sinister as he said, "I'm here today to play a game with you. The rules of this game are very simple. There is no time limit. With this field as the boundary, the thousands of you will kill each other. No matter what method you use, as long as you kill your companions around you, the first 100 people who survive will become the final victors." As Yi Xian said this, his voice paused slightly, and his expression became increasingly strange. He said, "Of course, this game naturally has the rewards you want. The 100 people who survive will not be executed, and will also leave this prison with me. From then on, you will become Yi Xian's lackeys." As Yi Xian's words fell, the thousands of death row prisoners became deathly silent. Only the sound of heavy breathing could be heard from the crowd, and an extremely oppressive atmosphere grew in the crowd. How important was life? If not for the desperate situation, no one would want to die. These death row prisoners were no exception. Why should we believe you? Everyone, don't believe him. He's making us kill each other. After the silence, someone loudly refuted Yi Xian. You are all people who will die. You have no choice. Whether you believe or not, it's all up to you. Now, the game begins. Like a demon's temptation, like a devil's guidance, Yi Xian's smile was strange and sinister, and it caused the entire field to once again sink into an oppressive atmosphere. Some people quickly kept a distance from the people around them, and their faces were full of vigilance. Second brother, you and I are sworn brothers. Why are you so far away from me? Do you really believe this person's nonsense? In a remote corner, a large man with dark skin was bitterly and hatefully rebuking a young man. His face was filled with extreme sadness. Big brother. Looking at the large man's sorrowful appearance, the young man bit his lips, and guilt appeared in his eyes. Yes, this was his big brother who had been sworn brothers for 10 years. What was wrong with him? Could it be that he did not even trust his sworn brother? Looking at the young man's guilty face, the large man laughed boldly and strode towards the young man. He said, "Second brother, do you still remember that when you and I became sworn brothers, we swore together that even if we were not born on the same year, month, and day, we would die on the same year, month, and day? Even if we were sentenced to death, we would still be good men after 18 years. Big brother has never regretted knowing you. Big brother, I was wrong. I should not have doubted you." Hearing the large man's bold words, the young man's mind was shaken, and he directly choked with sobs. He strode forward and knelt in front of the large man, and tears of guilt fell from his eyes. Second brother. The large man's face was still bold, as if he had already given up his life. He stretched out his hand and pressed on the young man's shoulder, as if he wanted to help him up. However, at this moment, a cruel and cold smile appeared on the large man's face. Crack! It was vicious and as fast as the wind. Before the young man could react, the large man's broad palms were like two iron pliers, and they directly grabbed the young man's neck. Under the effect of a huge force, the young man's neck was irregularly twisted, and a large amount of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Ugh! Ugh! The young man's eyes were filled with fear, and he stared at his sworn brother in front of him. His body was constantly twitching, and he was desperately struggling. However, the large man's face was ferocious, and his hands were holding the young man's neck, and his eyes were filled with madness and excitement. Die, die. The large man laughed madly, and his eyes were filled with madness. He said, "Second brother, I'm sorry. I don't want to do this either, but only by killing you first will I have a glimmer of hope to survive. Don't you think so?" The young man struggled in pain. He wanted to roar, and he wanted to roar even more. However, as the large man's strength increased, the young man could clearly feel that his throat was breaking, and his tongue was already sticking out. He was already in a situation where he was going to die. If the young man had known that this would be the result, he would have made the first move to gain the upper hand. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. In the end, he could only have his neck broken by his so-called sworn brother and die. Unwilling, angry, resentful, and regretful. With these complex emotions, the young man's body stiffened, and he finally stopped breathing. However, his eyes were wide open before he died, proving that he died with regrets. Bang! The large man threw the young man's body on the ground like he was throwing away garbage, and his face was even more cruel and fierce. He looked around at the prisoners present, and then quickly took out 2 chopsticks from his chest. The sharp wooden tip seemed to be emitting a bloodthirsty light, and he was cautious and ruthless against the other prisoners. Such a scene naturally fell into the eyes of thousands of prisoners, and it was also because of this scene that the prisoners present were in a complete mess. The trust between people was gone, and everyone quickly kept a distance from the people around them. Even if they were brothers, they did not trust each other. Chapter 115. Pucci. A toothbrush sharpened into a sharp weapon and pierced his companion's throat. Blood splattered onto the ground as the corpse turned cold and stiff. Bang! A bluestone brick smashed into the back of a prisoner's head without warning, killing him on the spot. Stabbing eyes, kicking crotches, kicking sand, the majority of the prisoners who did not have weapons in their hands were using all kinds of despicable methods. At this moment, the thousands of prisoners had completely turned into a group of mad dogs. They were willing to do anything in order to become the 100 survivors and live a good life. Zhuang Dikun, do you still remember how you humiliated Lao Tzu when he first entered prison? Now, you can die for Lao Tzu. A skinny young man with a crazed and bloodthirsty face smashed a brick at a middle-aged man. A large amount of blood dyed his body red, but it made him laugh crazily. De Zhuang, you are my younger brother. We can only survive if we work together. A pair of brothers confronted each other. The older brother had a bitter expression as he tried to persuade his younger brother. Big brother, we are brothers. I believe in you. The younger brother put down the sharp iron ruler in his hand, which made the older brother happy. They were ready to face this game of death together. Pucci. Suddenly, the sharp iron ruler pierced through the older brother's heart. A cold feeling spread throughout the older brother's body. He slowly turned his head and saw his younger brother's cold and cruel eyes. Big brother, do you think I am a 3-year-old child? Even if you are my older brother, do you think I will trust you at this time? The younger brother growled fiercely. A line of clear tears flowed from the older brother's eyes. He trembled as he looked at his younger brother, who he had loved since he was young. His eyes were filled with endless sorrow. Big. De Zhuang. I never thought of killing you. You. Do you remember, when, you were young, a group of hoodlums surrounded you with knives, said that they were going to hack you to death? It was I, your eldest brother, who protected you under my body. I was stabbed dozens of times. Big brother's voice trembled. Blood sprayed out from his chest, making him seem even more mournful and cold. At this moment, the younger brother's body trembled. He closed his eyes as the scene from back then flashed through his mind. A large amount of tears flowed from his eyes as he knelt on the ground. Big brother, don't blame me. Please don't blame me. I really don't want to die. The younger brother wailed loudly as if he had gone crazy. Pucci. The younger brother suddenly pulled out the iron ruler from his older brother's chest. A smear of blood sprayed on his face. The younger brother seemed to have turned into a walking corpse. He looked at his older brother, who was gradually losing his life, and his voice was cruel and ferocious. Big brother, don't worry. Although you're dead, I'll definitely survive. Let me carry your life and go see the wonderful world outside. Kill. The younger brother swung a sharp iron ruler as if he had gone mad. As long as the people around him were killed, he would ruthlessly and mercilessly stab at the other prisoners. Calm. Battle cries, angry curses, and anguished wails entered his ears. Madness was spreading, and the aura of slaughter was expanding. The thick smell of blood drifted in the air, making people want to vomit, but it also made the prisoners go crazy. On the high platform, Yi Xian had his hands behind his back. When he opened and closed his eyes, there was only coldness and ruthlessness. A strange smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Heaven is merciless and treats all things as straw dogs. Earth is merciless and buries the souls of the dead in all ages. People are merciless and can kill in the world. Kill, fight. Only in the endless blood and fighting can you become my, Yi Xian's, lackeys and sweep away all obstacles in the world for me. Like the sound of the war drums of slaughter and the turmoil of hell, Yi Xian's voice was ruthless and cruel. However, it seemed to be a catalyst that made the prisoners completely bathed in blood and fight. Thousands of people killing each other was bloody and terrifying. Perhaps in the eyes of outsiders, it was an extremely terrifying thing. However, in Yi Xian's eyes, it was a transformation of the mind. Only by abandoning the 7 emotions and 6 desires of these prisoners and completely turning them into killing machines, Yi Xian wanted the men of sacrifice. What was a men of sacrifice? The meaning of life was to kill. This was the men of sacrifice in Yi Xian's eyes. The killing continued and blood sprayed. More and more corpses appeared on the field. It was as if it had turned into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. It made people feel extremely horrified when they looked at it. Yi Xian looked at them indifferently. From beginning to end, he didn't show the slightest bit of pity. A few figures among them had also slightly attracted his attention. The man with the gold-rimmed glasses was like a venomous snake. He was always in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to strike. He did not move, but when he did, several prisoners would die in his hands. A thin young man had a silly smile on his face. He had been squatting in a corner and eating the steamed bun in his hand. Although the steamed bun was soaked in blood, it did not affect his appetite at all. When he swallowed the last mouthful of the steamed bun, the smirking young man suddenly stood up. With a raise of his hand, all the prisoners closest to him died miserably. He kicked their genitals and blinded their eyes. He punched out and went straight for their temples. With a kick, the sound of knees breaking could be heard. No one could survive under his hands. In the pile of corpses, a wretched fatso was covered in blood. He looked like a corpse as he crawled in the pile of corpses. He only held a sharp chopstick in his hand. Every time a prisoner passed by him, this fatso would drag the prisoner's legs and make them fall to the ground. He would then stab the chopstick in his hand into the prisoner's throat at lightning speed. He would then continue to play dead and wait for the next prey to come. The killing continued and the prisoners wailed. On the high platform, Yi Xian's eyes were deep and he slowly nodded. Stop. The game is over. It was a simple word, but it sounded like a celestial voice. It also made the prisoners stop killing. They looked blankly at Yi Xian on the high platform, as if they had not woken up from the killing. The game is over. I'm still alive. I'm not dead. I can get out of here alive. The prisoners who survived could not believe that they were still alive. They looked around blankly and muttered to themselves. When they realized that they were indeed still alive, they burst into indescribable sounds of excitement. Ha! Lao Tzu is not dead. Lao Tzu survived. It's good that you're all dead. It's good that you're all dead. Lao Tzu can only survive if you're all dead. Cheers and crazy laughter. This was the scene that unfolded in front of Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian knew that although they survived, they had lost their humanity. From now on, they would completely turn into killing machines that would be used by him. Chapter 116. The prisoners were cheering, but some were extremely calm. The man with the gold-rimmed glasses was one of them. He stared at Yi Xian and strode forward. Sir, I have to say that your methods are extremely vicious. Isn't it time for you to fulfill your promise? Bang! Suddenly, there was an explosion in the void. The man with the gold-rimmed glasses was sent flying. A large amount of blood spewed out of his mouth as he collapsed to the ground like a pile of mud. Thud, thud, thud. Yi Xian strolled down the arena until he was in front of the man with the gold-rimmed glasses. He stepped on the man's face with his wide foot. As he exerted force, his foot kept grinding on the man's face. I don't like your attitude. This is just a small lesson for you to remember who is the king and who is the subject. Yi Xian said coldly, do you understand? Understood. The man with the gold-rimmed glasses trembled slightly before Yi Xian moved his foot away. Then, he looked around at the few remaining prisoners and said coldly, from today onwards, you are my lackeys. If I tell you to go east, you will not go west. I don't want to know your former names. All you need to remember is that I, Yi Xian, am your master. Under my will, you will turn into mad dogs and tear apart all obstacles for me. Rumble. The void trembled and blood traces floated in the air. Yi Xian flicked his fingers and hundreds of blood-red runes entered the prisoners' foreheads. His eerie voice sounded at this moment. This is the blood-soul contract. As long as you are loyal to me, the blood-soul contract will not take effect. If you betray me, you will die without a burial place and will never be reincarnated. As Yi Xian spoke to hear, his voice paused for a moment before he continued, of course, I've always been a person who rewards and punishes clearly, so I definitely won't treat you unfairly. As long as you've contributed, I will bestow upon you extraordinary strength. This is also your reward. Now, you can leave this place with me. Under the complicated gazes of the prisoners, Yi Xian turned around and walked towards the outside world. This caused them to hesitate for a moment, but they still quickly caught up to Yi Xian. Outside the sports field, Zhang Bin and the other jailers were trembling, and their faces were extremely pale. They couldn't be blamed for acting like this. It was because they had personally witnessed the bloody incident that had occurred inside. To Zhang Bin and the others, this was something they would probably never forget for the rest of their lives. When the iron wire net was activated and Yi Xian appeared outside with a group of death row prisoners, Zhang Bin's face turned as white as paper. He looked at Yi Xian with an extremely horrified expression, but he still bowed to Yi Xian while trembling. Mr. Yi. Looking at Zhang Bin's terrified expression, Yi Xian's expression was calm as he said, I'll have to trouble you for today's matter. I want to take these people away. Is there any problem? No, no problem. Zhang Bin forced a smile, his heart trembling as he thought, how could I dare to have any problem in front of a demon like you? Wouldn't that be courting death? Now, Zhang Bin only wanted to send this demon away as soon as possible because he would feel uncomfortable if Yi Xian stayed in front of him for even a moment longer. It was as if he was facing a ferocious beast that could swallow him whole at any time. Under Zhang Bin's respectful escort, Yi Xian finally walked out of the warden's gate with a group of death row prisoners. When these prisoners saw the light of day again, they breathed in the air outside fiercely. Some of them even cried out, proving how excited they were. In the suburbs of the capital city. In an abandoned factory. 100 prisoners had already changed into new clothes. Everyone's face was filled with excitement. In front of them, Yi Xian stood with his hands behind his back. When his eyes opened and closed, there was a flash of blood-red light. No one knew what he was thinking. Thank you, Master, for letting us see the light of day again. Although the man with the gold-rimmed glasses was scheming, when he faced Yi Xian, he felt fear from the bottom of his heart. He was the first to bow. Thank you, Master, for letting us see the light of day again. The others quickly followed suit, causing a deafening sound to ring out in the abandoned factory. Looking at the respectful appearance of the 100 prisoners, Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction and said, You've proven yourselves to me by being able to survive the massacre of 1,000 people. From today onwards, the 100 of you will be divided into 4 groups. The first group, Dark Knight Ancestor, will be responsible for spying and assassination. The second group, Blood Fiend Ancestor, will focus on martial arts and clear all obstacles for me. The third group, Shadow Group, will infiltrate the major forces of the world and wait for my orders at any time. The fourth group, Grim Reaper Group, will become my personal guards and will follow my orders at any time. Following Yi Xian's orders, the 100 men were quickly divided into 4 groups, with 25 people in each group. However, everyone had a troubled look on their faces. Obviously, they knew that they were just ordinary people. How could they complete the orders given by Yi Xian in the future? Yi Xian had already expected this situation. Unknowingly, 4 books appeared in his hands and he casually tossed them to the man with the gold-rimmed glasses. The man quickly caught them, but he looked at Yi Xian with a slightly puzzled expression. From today onwards, you're the leader of the Dark Knight group. Your code name is Viper. These 4 cultivation methods are enough to allow you to advance from ordinary people to martial arts masters in 3 months. If you're extremely talented, you can even step into the innate realm. As Yi Xian's words fell, it immediately caused an uproar. The members of the 4 groups looked at the 4 cultivation methods with fanatical gazes, their eyes filled with excitement. Ancient warrior. Becoming a master in 3 months. This was something that they did not even dare to think about. However, this opportunity was right in front of them now. How could they not be excited? As Yi Xian continued to give orders, the remaining 3 group leaders were chosen. The leader of the Blood Fiend group was the young man with the silly smile. His code name was Steamed Bun. The leader of the Shadow group was the young man who killed his brother. His code name was Cold Blood. The last group, Grim Reaper group, was the wretched Fatso. His code name was Fatso Huang. I don't like being called master. You can call me Mr. Yi in front of outsiders. You can also call me Lord Ming in private, said Yi Xian calmly when everything was arranged. Lord Ming, then our group will be called. Fatso Huang probed. Yi Xian's eyes were deep as he pondered for a while. Then, he said softly, let's call it Underworld. Underworld? Fatso Huang mumbled to himself. It was as if these 2 words had a strange infectious power. They kept murmuring from the mouths of the members of the 4 groups. What they did not know was that the birth of Underworld in this abandoned factory today would make the forces of the world extremely fearful in the future. Everything was over. Other than Fatso Huang leading the Grim Reaper group to follow Yi Xian, the members of the other 3 groups all left the abandoned factory and rushed to Jiangnan City. Due to the presence of Zhuo Junting in Jiangnan City, Yi Xian had already instructed her to find a secret base for the members of the 3 groups to undergo a 3-month devilish training. Chapter 117. July was like fire, and the scorching sun was scorching. The afternoon sun was even more scorching. In such hot weather, most people would choose to stay in their houses with the air conditioner on, and drink some ice water to lower their body temperature. It was indeed a very suitable thing. Capital, Courtyard House, Yi Xian's temporary residence. Yi Xian was very relaxed. He rested on the rocking chair with his eyes closed, while the 25 death guards were sitting cross-legged and cultivating under the scorching sun. There was an explosion in the air, and they slowly opened their eyes. A cruel and cold-bloody light flashed across the death guards' eyes. The energy around their bodies surged, causing the air around them to explode. Thank you, Ming Jun, for your nurturing. The death guards half knelt on the ground and thanked Yi Xian respectfully. Yi Xian slowly opened his eyes and said calmly, although I have performed the enlightenment technique on all of you, allowing you to step into the realm of ancient martial arts grandmaster within 3 days, this is after all an act of pulling up seedlings to help them grow. All of you now have strength, but you know nothing about the Tao of martial arts. You still need more training. As the team leader of the Grim Reaper, Fatty Huang didn't have the slightest bit of the dignity of a team leader. Instead, he smiled fawningly at Yi Xian like a merchant and said, your cultivation is peerless. For us to be able to become your personal guards is a blessing from our previous lives. Please pass down the path of martial skills to us so that we can improve further. Looking at Fatso Huang's servile appearance, Yi Xian smiled. He looked at Fatso Huang with admiration. Perhaps in the eyes of outsiders, Fatso Huang did not have any dignity, but in Yi Xian's eyes, Fatso Huang was the most terrifying one among them. Although he looked cheerful on the surface, he was definitely the most vicious and cruel person in Group 4. This was also the reason why Yi Xian made him the leader of the Death Guards. The so-called martial arts techniques, in my opinion, are just techniques to kill people. What you are going to learn is naturally not the so-called martial arts techniques of those ancient martial arts practitioners. What I am going to teach you is also a true killing technique. As Yi Xian's voice rang out, the death god's personal guards listened attentively, constantly engraving the killing techniques that Yi Xian described in their minds. As for how much they could comprehend, it all depended on their own perception. It had been 3 days since Yi Xian established hell. Within 3 days, he had directly raised the Grim Reaper bodyguard from an ordinary person to an ancient martial arts master. This was also so that the Grim Reaper bodyguard could help him as soon as possible. If news of this spread to the outside world, some people would think it was a fantasy. However, in the eyes of Yi Xian, a cultivator in the crossing calamity stage, the so-called ancient martial arts grandmasters were nothing. If he wanted, he could promote these people to the innate realm. Just as Yi Xian was preaching, a melodious ringtone sounded. It made Yi Xian disperse the crowd and pick up the phone. "Good, well done. Tell them to wait for me at the headquarters of the Martial Security Department." As Yi Xian hung up the phone, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The call was from Ling Long. She told Yi Xian that the 8 team leaders had returned and were waiting for Yi Xian's arrival. "Fatso Huang, do you want to see the legendary Martial Security Department?" Yi Xian asked with a smile. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Fatso Huang was shocked. He rolled his eyes and knew that Yi Xian wanted to train him. He quickly bowed and said, "I've always heard that there are 8 team leaders in the Martial Security Department. They are all people with great skills. If I can meet them, it would be my good fortune." Yi Xian liked smart people very much. There was no doubt that Fatso Huang was a smart person. Yi Xian would spare no effort to train smart people who were loyal to him. "Martial Security Department, I hope you won't disappoint me," Yi Xian muttered to himself. Then, he strode out of the door and let Fatso Huang follow quickly. Martial Security Department Headquarters, Conference Room. The 8 team leaders sat here. The Heaven Team and Xian Team were the newly appointed team leaders. Previously, White Wolf Minji had died at the hands of Yi Xian in the martial arts competition. It could be said that there was a great enmity between the 2 teams. As for these 2 new team leaders, they were both chosen from among the short ones. They were both originally vice team leaders, and the 2 of them were only ordinary ancient martial grandmasters. Naturally, they knew Yi Xian, so it could be said that they were extremely afraid of him. However, the 2 teams had already formed enmity with Yi Xian. As the new team leaders, they naturally could not show any fear of Yi Xian. At this moment, they were sitting there with a serious expression. The other team leaders had different expressions. Only Azure Dragon's face was flushed red. He was looking forward to Yi Xian's arrival. Tap, tap, tap. A series of light footsteps came from outside the door. It also made the team leaders of the 8 teams change their expressions. They hurriedly stood up and looked outside the door. Yi Xian was dressed in black. His gray hair fell behind his head. He strolled into the conference room. Fatso Huang's face was full of unscrupulous smiles. He followed closely behind Yi Xian. When he saw the team leaders of the 8 teams, he bowed and bent his knees. His face was full of flattery. "Greetings, Mr. Yi." The 8 team leaders cupped their fists and bowed. Their posture was extremely humble. Obviously, Yi Xian's battle with Li Huantian had completely established his supreme prestige. Yi Xian smiled. He gave off a temperament like the spring wind and rain. He leaned lazily against the seat in the center. Then, he looked around at the people present. No one dared to look at him. However, Yi Xian's actions made the team leaders of the 8 teams reveal a trace of dissatisfaction. This was because Yi Xian was sitting in the position of the secretary of Wu Pen. It symbolized the highest authority of the Wu Pen department. Of course, the secretary of Wu Pen was just an ordinary person. The 8 team leaders did not take him seriously at all. However, Yi Xian was different. Since the battle with Li Huantian, his reputation had spread and he had intimidated the members of the 8 teams. Now that he had taken the initiative to sit in this position, could it be that this person wanted to take charge of the entire Wuhan department? When this thought appeared in everyone's mind, everyone's expression turned ugly. The atmosphere in the conference room was also clearly oppressive at this moment. Why are you all standing? Sit down. As Yi Xian's voice fell, the 8 team leaders held their breaths. It was obvious that this Mr. Yi did not come with good intentions. He faintly regarded them as his subordinates. This caused the 8 team leaders to feel extremely uneasy. Yi Xian leaned lazily against the chair and did not make a sound. Meanwhile, Fatso Huang stood beside Yi Xian with a flattering smile. However, the way he looked at the 8 team leaders vaguely revealed a sinister look. Tap, tap, tap. Yi Xian's fingers tapped on the conference table. A rhythmic sound was heard. An extremely oppressive atmosphere spread, causing the 8 team leaders to feel as if they were sitting on pins and needles. Finally, Tian Yu was the first to break the silence. He cupped his hands and bowed to Yi Xian. Mr. Yi, you've been missing for half a year. Now that you've returned to the Wuhan department, you've even gathered us here. Do you have any instructions for us? Ha! Yi Xian laughed. He really laughed. However, his laughter was chilling. I don't like to talk nonsense. Don't you know why I've gathered all of you here? Yi Xian said lazily. However, when his words fell into everyone's ears, they felt a chill in their hearts. Chapter 118. Everyone present already knew the purpose of Yi Xian's visit. It was to investigate the real culprit behind the murder of Yi Linger at the capital city airport half a year ago. However, with the blood soul beasts wreaking havoc in the outside world, how could they spare the manpower to investigate this matter for Yi Xian? Mr. Yi, the entire world is in chaos right now, and there are terrifying beasts wreaking havoc all over the country of Xia. If we mobilize the entire Wuhan department to help you find the real culprit, then the people who have been devastated will have no one to protect them. Please understand, Mr. Yi, Tian Yu said righteously. Sir, Tian Yu is right. Mr. Yi, you have to know that it's not that we don't want to help you, but the Wuhan department is in a terrible state right now. We really don't have the extra manpower to investigate this matter for you. That's right. The members of the expedition all over the country have suffered heavy casualties. If we recruit more people to investigate this matter, then our Wuhan department will be in even worse shape in this global chaos. The 2 newly appointed team leaders spoke at the right time. They even showed a sorrowful expression, as if Yi Xian was making things difficult for them. Although the other team leaders did not interrupt, they also looked troubled. It was obvious that they agreed with Tian Yu and the others. At this moment, Yi Xian's expression was calm, making it impossible to tell what he was thinking. However, when he opened and closed his eyes, he constantly swept his gaze across everyone present, causing them to feel a chill in their hearts. The entire conference room became deathly silent. Clap, clap, clap. Suddenly, Yi Xian slowly clapped, and the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. When Yi Xian placed his arms on the table and narrowed his eyes at everyone present, his voice was cold and strange. Righteous, moral kidnapping, impassioned. I think these words should be very suitable for you, right? If I force you to help me find the real culprit behind this, then I, Yi Xian, will not care about the lives of the people of Xia and completely not look at the big picture. As Yi Xian entered their ears, everyone's expressions changed, causing the atmosphere in the conference room to become oppressive. Ta, ta, ta. Yi Xian paced around the conference room. His face was expressionless, but with every step he took, it was as if he was stepping on everyone's hearts, making them feel breathless. The Martial Security Bureau has gathered many ancient martial ability users in order to protect the country. Half a year ago, before the world was in chaos, a terrorist attack happened in the capital of Xia country. Yi Xian paused for a moment. His voice gradually became sinister as he said, for such an important matter, the dignified Wuan agency can't even find a single clue. Is it really impossible? Or perhaps you didn't even think of looking for it. Yi Xian directly tore apart this layer of window paper, leaving no room for the 8 team leaders. The Martial Security Bureau had been established in Xia country for hundreds of years. Who would believe that they couldn't find the mastermind? Yi Xian did not need to think to guess the truth. Back then, during the martial arts competition, he had killed the 2 team leaders, Ming Yi and Bai Lang. He had already formed a grudge with the 2 teams, and Tian Yu had also suffered at his hands. Half a year ago, Yi Ling was killed. Not to mention whether the other teams were sincere in investigating the matter, just these 3 teams were definitely perfunctory. Half a year had passed, and the world was in chaos. Tian Yu and the others used this as an excuse to tactfully reject Yi Xian. They even used the blood soul beast as an excuse to show their helplessness. If Yi Xian threatened them, it would show that Yi Xian did not look at the big picture. This could be said to be a blatant conspiracy. Yi Xian was not in the right at all. If news of this spread to the outside world, it would instead show that Yi Xian was a sinner of Xia country. When Yi Xian exposed the thoughts of Tian Yu and the others, it caused their faces to turn pale. Their bodies unconsciously trembled because they discovered that Yi Xian's body was currently filled with dense killing intent as he sinisterly stared at them. Mr. Yi, it's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. We've really tried our best. Recalling Yi Xian's vicious methods, Tian Yu realized that he had made a huge mistake. He had been playing tricks with Yi Xian. Not only was Tian Yu's face pale, but the newly appointed team leaders of the Tian and Xian teams were also trembling uncontrollably. The 2 of them had played a role in this matter. How could they not be afraid? You guys are afraid of me? Yi Xian smiled as he walked up to the 3 of them. But this caused them to stumble back. Their foreheads were sweating profusely, and their knees were trembling uncontrollably. No, no. The team leader forced out a bitter smile. The leader of the Xian group forced a laugh, but his smile was even uglier than crying. He'd personally witnessed the former team leader die at Yi Xian's hands. How could he not feel fear when Yi Xian displayed such an attitude? Mr. Yi. You are a guest of the Earth team, and also a member of the Wu and department. I will definitely help you find out the culprit behind this. Tian Yu stuttered. He was truly afraid. He could feel that if he were to reject Yi Xian again, he would turn into a cold corpse the next moment. Ha! Yi Xian smiled sinisterly and patted Tian Yu's shoulder affectionately. I won't kill you today, but I'll give you a chance. Within 3 days, I want to find out who the culprit behind this is. If you can't find out, you can come back to me with your head. Strong, domineering, fierce. This was Yi Xian's attitude. He didn't give Tian Yu any face at all. Tian Yu's face was completely red. Under Yi Xian's domineering gaze, he didn't dare to look him in the eye. He really wanted to let go and fight Yi Xian, and even more, he wanted to redeem his dignity. But Tian Yu knew very well that he wasn't Yi Xian's opponent. Unless he didn't want to live anymore, if he went against Yi Xian, only death would await him. Remember, don't play any tricks in front of me. If there's a next time, not only will you die, your family will all die without a burial ground. Do you remember? Yi Xian said calmly. But Tian Yu and the others were sweating profusely. They nodded repeatedly, not daring to disobey. Yi Xian nodded his head in satisfaction as he looked at Tian Yu's pale face. Then, he looked around at everyone, causing everyone to quickly avert their gazes. They didn't dare to look at Yi Xian in the slightest. You can all leave. Do you want me to keep you for dinner? Yi Xian's deep voice woke everyone up. They hurriedly bid farewell to Yi Xian and walked out of the meeting room. Where was the dignity of a team leader? In the meeting room. Fatso Huang bowed beside Yi Xian. His face was filled with indescribable excitement. Today, he had seen Yi Xian's true terror. Even the 8 team leaders of the Wuan department had to bow their heads in front of Yi Xian. Following such a master, his future was limitless. Fatso Huang. Your subordinate is here. What did you learn today? In the face of absolute power, so-called authority is nothing but fleeting clouds. Yi Xian was very satisfied with Fatso Huang's answer. This also proved that he hadn't misjudged him. Chapter 119. In the meeting room. Only 2 people remained. One was Qing Long, and the other was Xue Ji. These 2 people could be said to be the closest to Yi Xian. There was no need to mention Qing Long's relationship with him, while Xue Ji naturally stood on Yi Xian's side because of Lu Bai. At this moment, Azure Dragon's face was filled with guilt because half a year had passed. Due to the appearance of the Blood Soul Beast, he'd been fighting all over the place and didn't have the time to find the real culprit behind the scenes. This caused him to feel ashamed when he faced Yi Xian. Mr. Yi, Qing Long is useless. I need you to come personally to solve this. Qing Long bowed, his voice full of guilt. You don't need to blame yourself. This is not your fault. After all, Jianyu and the others were already dissatisfied with me. How could I make the Wuan agency work together to find the culprit? Yi Xian smiled. Mr. Yi, why didn't you kill them just now? Xue Ji was confused. She knew very well what kind of person Yi Xian was, which made her ask. I'm a very reasonable person, and I don't kill innocent people. Although they are dissatisfied with me, it's not enough to make me want to kill them. Yi Xian smiled. Hearing Yi Xian's words, the 3 people's gazes became strange. If someone else said that, they would feel that there was nothing wrong with it. However, when it came from Yi Xian, they felt that it was a fantasy. It was no wonder that the 3 of them thought that way. The side of Yi Xian that he showed was really decisive. He did not seem like a soft-hearted person at all. Although the 3 of them were confused, they did not ask again. Mr. Yi, my master asked me to bring you something. Xue Ji took out a piece of jade and handed it to Yi Xian. Yi Xian also took it. Without Xue Ji saying it, Yi Xian knew that it was Lu Bai who asked her to bring this piece of jade. Yi Xian stroked the jade and his eyes lit up. Then, he put the jade away and said, "Thank Brother Lu for me. Tell him that I have always kept the promise I made in my heart. My master said that Mr. Yi is a dragon among men. In the future, you will definitely ascend to the 9 heavens. To be able to form a good relationship with Mr. Yi today is also our lineage's fortune." Xue Ji bowed. The Azure Dragon did not understand the conversation between the 2. He had never known that the Desolate Group's group leader had a master. However, it was not appropriate for him to interrupt too much. After all, this was Xue Ji's own secret. Mr. Yi, the world is in chaos now. Terrifying beasts are wreaking havoc all over the world. Even Xia is no exception. Your martial arts are extraordinary. If you can, without waiting for the Azure Dragon to finish, Yi Xian waved his hand and interrupted him. His expression became solemn as he said, "Azure Dragon, on account of our relationship, I have to tell you something. The truly terrifying thing is not these beasts, but the blood souls that are hidden in the human world. They are invisible and formless. Perhaps they are right beside you, but you will not know. As time passes, they will continue to devour blood and qi. Their cultivation will grow day by day. In the future, they will show their true fangs and bring an unimaginable disaster to this world. Let me give you a piece of advice. Leave the Martial Security Bureau as soon as possible and live out your life peacefully. Do not fight with these blood soul beasts again because humans cannot stop their footsteps." As Yi Xian's words entered his ears, the Azure Dragon's expression changed drastically. He could tell from Yi Xian's words that this Mr. Yi Xian seemed to be very familiar with these terrifying things that appeared all over the world. No, absolutely not. You don't know. In the past 6 months, there was Sword God Yi, Senior Ba Dao, and Jixia Academy's martial divine faculty, the Azure Dragon anxiously refuted, but before he could finish, Yi Xian smiled contemptuously. His gaze became even more profound. Mortals are mortals after all. In terms of life, they have already fallen behind. In the future, you will know the true terror of these blood-soul beasts. Yi Xian sighed. Bang! All of a sudden. The Azure Dragon suddenly knelt on the ground and kept kowtowing to Yi Xian. This also made Yi Xian frown. He said, Azure Dragon, what are you doing? Mr. Yi, since you know so much about these terrifying things, you must have a way to destroy them. The Azure Dragon begs you. For the future of mankind, for the Xia, please save those innocent people. Hearing the Azure Dragon's pleading words, Yi Xian was stunned and fell into silence. Mr. Yi, you are also from the Xia. Do you really have the heart to watch the people of the Xia die in the mouths of these blood-soul beasts? The Azure Dragon begged bitterly and kept kowtowing to Yi Xian. Blood flowed from his forehead. People of the Xia. That's right, I do have a way to completely exterminate the blood-soul beast, and it's the land of China that raised me. However, I definitely won't use such a method. Yi Xian muttered to himself as a trace of self-ridicule flashed through his eyes. Azure Dragon, get up. It's not that I, Yi Xian, am cold-blooded and heartless, treating the people of the Xia as nothing. It's just that this is the cycle of heaven and earth. Since humans have such a calamity, they can only rely on themselves to get through it. Mr. Yi. Hearing Yi Xian's resolute words, the Azure Dragon's face turned pale. He wanted to continue persuading Yi Xian. Azure Dragon, you are a true hero. You are not afraid of death and worry about the country and the people. However, I, Yi Xian, am not a hero, nor am I an ancient sage. Don't mention this again. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he turned around and walked towards the outside world. He also let Fatso Huang quickly follow. Looking at Yi Xian's departing figure, the Azure Dragon's face was filled with unwillingness. He said in a sorrowful voice, Mr. Yi, the Azure Dragon only wants to ask you one thing. Since you have a way to destroy these blood-soul beasts, why are you standing by and watching? Unfortunately, Yi Xian gradually walked away and did not answer the Azure Dragon's question. This also caused the Azure Dragon to pound his fists on the ground and sink into extreme pain. Mr. Yi, I, Azure Dragon, have misjudged you, but I will never give up. The scorching sun roasted the earth. Yi Xian walked slowly, releasing an extremely gloomy aura around him. Fatso Huang did not dare to make a sound and silently followed behind him. All of a sudden, Yi Xian stopped in his tracks. He looked at the world in all directions and murmured, Do you think that I am cold-blooded and heartless, ignoring the fact that humans are gradually being devoured by the blood-soul beasts? You have your own thoughts. This subordinate does not dare to make wild guesses. Fatso Huang bowed, but there was a puzzled look in his eyes. Since Yi Xian knew the way to completely destroy the blood-soul beasts, why did he stand by and watch? Ha! Yi Xian laughed self-deprecatingly. His voice was as soft as a mosquito as he said, If I want to destroy the endless blood-soul beasts, I need to set up the 10,000 spirit heaven killing formation all over the world. With my mere cultivation at the tribulation stage, I will die if I really activate this Tongtian killing formation. Perhaps I am very selfish, but I only want to live. As for the life and death of others, what does it have to do with me? Yi Xian laughed self-deprecatingly and walked forward slowly. His strange words made Fatso Huang extremely puzzled, but he did not dare to ask. Chapter 120. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. News of Yi Xian's return to capital city spread like wildfire, even reaching the ears of some transcendental forces. However, in this new world, there were countless experts all over the world. Although Yi Xian had defeated Li Huantian, he didn't attract much attention under the cover of these experts. After all, the terror of the blood-soul mutated beasts was deeply ingrained in people's hearts. When the experts all over the world displayed their terrifying strength and went to fight these terrifying beasts, some people added fuel to the fire. These battle scenes were recorded and uploaded onto the internet for all to see, making these experts even more well-known. Chaotic times. Everyone worshipped the strong. Without a doubt, these experts were the hope of humanity. Under the cover of these experts, Yi Xian's reputation paled in comparison. Capital city, courtyard house, Yi Xian's residence. It had to be said that the Martial Security Bureau was very efficient. In just 3 days, with Tian Yu as the leader and the 17 leaders as support, a series of clues were presented to Yi Xian. Mr. Yi, after our repeated investigations, the real culprit behind this should be a foreign man. This person wears a ghost mask all year round and has been hiding in Xia. Tian Yu pushed a photo in front of Yi Xian. In the photo was a man wearing a ghost mask, but the photo was slightly blurry. It was obvious that there had been a lot of shaking when it was taken. Although Yi Xian had a vague suspicion that this was the work of the ghost mask man, he was finally certain when he saw the photo in front of him. After all, in the entire capital city, only the ghost mask man could take out so many technological weapons. However, Yi Xian didn't expect that the ghost mask man didn't leave Xia after the Nangong family incident. Instead, he hid in capital city and even dared to make a move on his family half a year ago. Where is the person who took the photo now? Have you found out his true identity? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and asked. Tian Yu smiled bitterly and shook his head. The person who took the photo is already dead. By the time our people arrived, the other party was already gone. However, they found a large number of technological weapons. In that case, there are still no clues. Yi Xian frowned. Looking at Yi Xian's dissatisfied expression, Jian Yu's body tensed up as he hurriedly explained, although this person is already dead, we've also discovered an important clue. That means these technological weapons were all smuggled in from abroad. To be able to secretly transport such a large amount of technological weapons into the capital, this grimace man is definitely not a nobody. You mean to say that the masked man is an international businessman on the surface, and that's why he has the ability to transport these weapons to the capital? Yi Xian asked. That's right. Using this as a lead, we found dozens of famous foreign businessmen in the capital. This is all their information and background. Tian Yu quickly pushed a document in front of Yi Xian. Every page of the document had a picture of a foreign man. Yi Xian kept flipping through the pages. After a full hour, Yi Xian closed the document. When he opened and closed his eyes, there was a cold glint in them as he fell into deep thought. Mr. Yi, although these foreign businessmen are very suspicious, their identities are not simple. If we secretly arrest them, it will definitely cause a lot of public criticism, Tian Yu said carefully. Dong dong dong. There was a series of knocks on the door. Fatso Huang quickly walked in with a golden invitation in his hand. He bowed and said, Sir, the Martial Arts Heavenly Province has sent an invitation to you to attend a charity banquet tomorrow. No time. Fatty Huang's expression froze when he heard Yi Xian's refusal. He probed in a low voice, Mister, the Martial Heavenly Palace is extremely powerful and was created by the absolute Heaven Saber God. Do you want to reconsider, Yi Xian frowned and immediately stopped Fatso Huang's words. He quickly turned and left. Obviously, he could see Yi Xian's dissatisfaction. If he continued to talk nonsense, he would definitely be scolded by Yi Xian. Mr. Yi, the martial arts heavenly province is at its peak and has the potential to suppress our martial security department. If you don't give the martial arts heavenly province any face, I'm afraid that this absolute heaven sword god. Tian Yu wanted to say something but stopped. This is not something you should be concerned about. Yi Xian sneered. Tian Yu was embarrassed and did not say anything else. Tap, tap, tap. Yi Xian's fingers tapped on the table, making rhythmic sounds. After a full 10 breaths, Yi Xian's fingers paused. He looked up at Tian Yu and said, "Hold a business banquet in the name of the Martial Security Department and invite these foreign businessmen. I want to meet them personally." "Yes, Mr. Yi." Tian Yu bowed and left. From the beginning to the end, he had a respectful expression. From this, it could be seen that Yi Xian had become the #1 person in the Martial Security Department. No one dared to disobey his orders. As Tian Yu left, Yi Xian's face darkened. The masked man dared to attack his family and Yi Xian had already sentenced him to death. Crack. Suddenly, while Yi Xian was deep in thought, the sound of jade breaking came from outside. It was mixed with extremely disdainful scolding. This also made Yi Xian's face turn gloomy. Don't think that your master is invincible just because he defeated Li Huanjun. In front of the martial arts heavenly province, no one dares to refuse our invitation. In the courtyard house, a young man was arrogant and scolding Fatso Huang loudly. Fatso Huang's face was full of flattery and he kept nodding and bowing. The rest of the death god's guards looked on coldly and did not say anything. Creak. The door was pushed open and Yi Xian walked out slowly. When the young man saw Yi Xian appear, not only did he not show any respect, he even sneered and said, "You must be Mr. Yi Xian, right? You're so arrogant that you dare to refuse the invitation of the martial arts heavenly province. Don't you know who founded the martial arts heavenly province?" Unfortunately, Yi Xian directly ignored this person. His expression was slightly cold as he said, "Fatty Huang, if you can't even do something like this, what use do I have for you?" After Yi Xian said that, he turned around and returned to the house. This made Fatso Huang's expression change drastically. His flattering smile suddenly turned gloomy and his eyes were filled with viciousness as he looked at the young man. Seeing that Yi Xian ignored him, the young man seemed to have been greatly insulted and shouted angrily, "Hey, I'm talking to you. Can't you hear me?" Bang! With a muffled sound, his bones broke. Before the young man could react, he was thrown out like a kite with a broken string. A large amount of blood spurted out of his mouth and he completely fainted on the ground. Fatso Huang's face was vicious as he said to the death god's guards, "Break his limbs, destroy his cultivation, and throw him out." "Yes, leader." The death god's guards smiled viciously and left to carry out the order. In the house, Yi Xian sat cross-legged. As he breathed in and out, streams of blood energy inhaled and exhaled from his mouth and nose. He was already immersed in his own cultivation. As for the so-called martial heavenly palace, how could Yi Xian place it in his eyes? Chapter 121. Mountain River Pavilion. This was a 5-star hotel. In the entire country of China, it was an extremely high-end place. In a place like the capital where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold, to be able to open a hotel like the Mountain River Pavilion, the power behind it was naturally not simple. That's right, the boss behind the Mountain River Pavilion was the Martial Security Department. This was also a high-end hotel under the Martial Security Department. Mountain Sea Hall. It was resplendent and luxurious. A bright red carpet, polite waiters, and expensive ingredients were placed on the table. In the middle of the Mountain River Hall, Yi Xian sat in the main seat. On his left and right were Tian Yu and Fatso Huang, and on his right and left were the various team leaders and guests of the Martial Security Department. This was a business banquet held by the Martial Security Department. However, in the entire Mountain Sea Hall, other than Yi Xian and the others, the so-called business celebrities were nowhere to be seen, let alone those international businessmen. Right now, Yi Xian was in a very bad mood. Really, really bad. When Yi Xian was in a bad mood, someone would definitely be unlucky. Tian Yu was extremely embarrassed and his face was flushed red. The other team leaders and guests were the same. They did not expect that after the Marshal Security Department sent out the invitation, not to mention these foreign businessmen, even the local business celebrities did not come to the banquet. Contempt, disregard, humiliation. These simple words explained the current situation of the Marshal Security Department. I need you to give me a reasonable explanation. In the oppressive atmosphere, Yi Xian spoke calmly. However, when Tian Yu and the others heard this, their hearts turned cold. They did not know how to answer Yi Xian's question. Mr. Yi, the Marshal Heavenly Palace is also holding a charity banquet today. I believe these businessmen. Fatso Huang wanted to say something but stopped. However, the atmosphere in the Mountain Sea Hall immediately became heavy. Ha! A cold smile appeared on Yi Xian's lips. He looked around at Tian Yu and the others and said in a strange voice, the dignified Marshal Security Department has stood tall in China for 100 years. Now, even a Marshal Heavenly Palace has suppressed you. Don't you feel ashamed? Yi. Mr. Yi. You don't know. Tian Yu's face flushed red as he hurriedly explained, the Martial Dao Heavenly Abode was created by the Absolute Sword God. 100 years ago, the Absolute Sword God was the fifth most powerful man in the world. Legend has it that he had broken through the Xiantian realm and stepped into the Earth God realm. Countless disciples from various ancient martial arts families have joined the Martial Dao Heavenly Abode. Without waiting for Tian Yu to finish speaking, Yi Xian's expression darkened as he waved his hand to interrupt him. His gaze towards Tian Yu and the others gradually became sinister. This is the reason you gave me? Yi Xian said coldly. Instantly, the temperature in the air plummeted, as though a cold wind was blowing at the backs of Tian Yu and the others, causing them to feel as though they had fallen into an ice cellar. Do you know that what happened today is not only a disgrace to you, but also a disgrace to me, Yi Xian? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. His voice was calm, but it caused Tian Yu and the others to tremble uncontrollably. Their faces were extremely pale as they were clearly unsettled by Yi Xian's words. Suddenly, Yi Xian stood up from his seat. A 3-foot-long blood sword strangely appeared in his hand. When Yi Xian slashed out with his sword, the terrified screams of many waiters could be heard. Bang! The sword flashed across the sky and the banquet was shattered. Under Yi Xian's sword, the so-called business banquet was reduced to a pile of debris. Tian Yu and the others were nervous, not daring to say anything. Fatso Huang. Yes, sir. I'll give you 3 minutes to find out where the Martial Dao Heavenly Abode is hosting the banquet. As soon as Yi Xian's voice fell, Fatty Huang's expression turned into one of shock. However, he quickly accepted the order and left. On the other hand, Tian Yu and the others were stunned for a moment before their expressions quickly turned to fear. Mr. Yi, what do you want to do? Tian Yu trembled as a sense of unease rose in his heart. What do I want to do? Yi Xian's lips curled into a cold smile, then he looked at Tian Yu and the others strangely. You can be shameless, but do you want me, Yi Xian, to be humiliated here with you? Since these businessmen are going to the Martial Dao Heavenly Abode's banquet, what do you think I want to do? Looking at Yi Xian's gloomy face, Tian Yu and the others couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Their faces were filled with fear. A guest elder quickly stood out and advised Yi Xian with a trembling voice, Mr. Yi, you can't do this. The Martial Dao Heavenly Abode is like the sun in the sky, and it was founded by the Absolute Heaven Blade God. If you go and cause trouble, I'm afraid there will be a huge rift between the Martial Dao Heavenly Abode and the Martial Dao Heavenly Abode. That's right. Although the absolute Heaven Blade God isn't in the capital, the martial Tao heavenly abode is full of disciples of various ancient martial arts clans. If the martial Tao heavenly abode confronts the martial Tao heavenly abode, there will definitely be a conflict. As the saying goes, pull one hair and the whole body will be affected. Mr. Yi, please bear with it for now and don't get into a conflict with the martial Tao heavenly abode. As if a chain effect had occurred, everyone began to advise Yi Xian. Everyone's faces were pale. It was obvious that they were extremely fearful of a transcendent power like the martial heavenly palace. You guys are really a bunch of trash. Yi Xian shook his head in disappointment. His words didn't leave any face for the crowd, causing them to feel ashamed. They didn't dare to meet Yi Xian's gaze. Mister, I've found it. The martial Tao heavenly abode is holding a banquet at the Immensity Sea House. All the celebrities of the business world are there. Fatso Huang was extremely efficient. When he returned to Yi Xian's side, he quickly reported to him. You've done well. Yi Xian slowly nodded, then took a deep look at Tian Yu and the others. Under everyone's panicked gazes, Yi Xian slowly walked out, and Fatso Huang quickly followed. What should we do? The leader of the Xian group said with a trembling voice. Mr. Yi is right. How could our dignified martial Tao heavenly abode be afraid of us? Xue Ji's face was filled with disdain as she quickly chased after Yi Xian. That damned azure dragon. Where did he find such a god? Does he think our martial Tao heavenly abode isn't chaotic enough? A guest said hatefully. Alright, Azure Dragon isn't here. What's the point of saying all this? Tian Yu reprimanded. Sir Tian Yu, what should we do now? Someone carefully probed. Seeing Yi Xian already far away, Tian Yu's face was filled with hesitation as if he was considering something. After several breaths, he clenched his teeth as if he had made a decision. He said, although this Mr. Yi is arrogant and has threatened us from time to time, he's still a guest of the martial Tao heavenly abode. If we just sit back and do nothing, we'll be laughed at by the outside world. Let's go. We'll accompany this Mr. Yi. After all, if anything happens, he'll take responsibility. As Tian Yu finished speaking, he led everyone to chase after Yi Xian. A banquet held by the martial Tao heavenly abode had become a joke. However, no one knew that this joke wasn't funny at all. This was because Yi Xian would let everyone know what would happen if they made fun of him, Yi Xian. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. No one knew what would happen. Chapter 122. Vast Sea Restaurant. It was a hubbub of voices and the atmosphere was warm. Countless business celebrities shuttled back and forth in the banquet. They greeted each other in twos and threes, holding red wine glasses in their hands and chatting with smiles from time to time. Gu Dingtian, the deputy mansion master of the martial arts heavenly palace, was beaming with joy at this moment. He smiled at the compliments of many business celebrities, giving people a sense of dignity. Gu Dingtian was very proud. Although he was only a martial arts grand master and had not even reached the primordial realm, he had great power in his hands. As the master of the Gu family, Gu Dingtian felt that it was the best choice he had ever made in his life since he relied on the towering Heaven Blade God. He liked the current world very much. In the previous world, the ancient martial arts families had hidden themselves. With the deterrence of technological weapons, they did not dare to act recklessly and could only live in seclusion. But now the world was different. The blood-soul exotic beasts were wreaking havoc all over the world, and technological weapons were of little use. The only thing he could count on was the ancient martial arts warriors. Even the martial security department, which he had once regarded as a giant, was nothing in Gu Dingtian's eyes now. It was Gu Dingtian's idea to hold this charity banquet. After all, more and more ancient martial artists were joining the martial arts heavenly palace, and all kinds of cultivation resources needed money to buy. Gu Dingtian felt very proud of himself. After he sent out the invitations, all the business celebrities of the state of Xia and foreign multinational businessmen came to attend. This was something that Gu Dingtian would never have dared to think about in his previous world. Although Gu Dingtian knew that there were a total of 8 deputy mansion masters in the martial arts heavenly palace and he was the weakest among them, he was regarded highly by the Heaven Blade God and was given great power to manage the entire martial arts heavenly palace. Gu Dingtian enjoyed the feeling of being in a high position and could not help but indulge in it. Because even the primordial realm masters had to respectfully call him Lord Gu when they met, which was something that would never happen in the past. Lord Gu is very busy every day. In order to train us human cultivators to fight against the mutated beasts, it can be said that you have worked hard and contributed greatly. Let us toast to Lord Gu, a merchant said flatteringly. You can't say that. The martial arts heavenly palace was created by Saber God to protect the people of the Xia. I'm just dealing with some trivial matters for Saber God. The one who really worked hard is Saber God. Gu Dingtian pretended to be dissatisfied, but his eyes were full of complacency. Lord Gu is right, without Senior Saber God, how could we, the merchants, be as safe as we are now? I'm afraid that we would have been slaughtered by those terrifying beasts long ago, but Lord Gu, you don't have to be modest, if not for your support, how could the martial heavenly palace be as grand as it is today? That's right. Right now, there are many experts in the martial Dao heavenly palace, fighting on the front lines for the people of China. Lord Gu has worked hard and contributed greatly. This is something that everyone can see. Isn't that right? With all kinds of flattery from the businessmen, a lot of responses came. Although Gu Dingtian didn't say anything, there was a sense of complacency in his eyes. Ahem. Gu Dingtian coughed slightly and pretended to be serious, saying, Today, I call you here to raise funds. After all, you know that the warriors of the martial Dao heavenly palace are fighting with the exotic beasts day and night, and casualties are inevitable. However, funds are a shortcoming. Today, I am ashamed to ask you for help, but I have no other choice. Lord Gu, what are you talking about? Without the martial Dao heavenly palace, how could we be where we are today? Lianyan Group is willing to donate 10 million. Dingxing Group is willing to donate 20 million. Lotus Group is willing to donate 50 million. Suddenly, all kinds of donations came from the charity party. The local business celebrities of the Xia spoke one after another, which made Gu Dingtian smile and nod his head to express his gratitude. Mr. Gu, although I am not from the Xia, I have lived in the Xia for many years. Now that the exotic beasts are wreaking havoc all over the world, as a member of the human race, the Moore Group is willing to donate 1 billion yuan to the martial Dao heavenly palace. A blond man came out from the crowd. He had fair skin and was extraordinarily handsome. He had the unique temperament of a Western aristocrat, which made people feel inferior at first sight. Mr. Michel, you are too polite. I would like to express my highest gratitude to you on behalf of the martial Dao heavenly palace. Gu Dingtian looked excited and hurried to the man. His attitude was extremely friendly. It was no wonder that Gu Dingtian behaved like this, because the identity of the blond man was extremely special. He was the president of the Moore Group's branch in the Xia, and the Moore Group was ranked in the top 100 in the world. It could be said that the Moore Group was a super business empire in business and in various fields. How could Gu Dingtian not pay attention to it? Mr. Gu, you are too polite. Sword Saint Sith and Saber God are close friends, and Sword Saint Sith is the patron saint of the Moore Group. This money is just a small token of appreciation from the Moore Group to Saber God, Michel said with a smile. Sword Saint Sith. Gu Dingtian was stunned, and then hurriedly asked, Is she the senior Sith who cut off the mountain and killed hundreds of exotic beasts in the West? Yes, she is. The blond man nodded with a smile. After getting the affirmative answer from the blond man, Gu Dingtian's attitude became more friendly. He took the blond man's hand intimately, as if they were close friends who had not seen each other for many years. Mr. Michel, I didn't expect the Martial Dao Heavenly Palace to have such a relationship with the Moore Group. Today, we must get drunk. Gu Dingtian said kindly. Bang! All of a sudden, a loud noise came and interrupted their conversation. The banquet door was blown up in an instant. Many businessmen in the banquet were shocked and looked toward the door. A slender figure, a bloodthirsty demon sword, and gray hair draped behind his head. Yi Xian walked in calmly. When he looked around at everyone present, many merchants immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. Yi Xian, the guest of the Earth Group of the Martial Security Department. Is he Yi Xian who defeated Li Huantian? All kinds of discussions were heard. The blond man was stunned by the sudden appearance of Yi Xian. There was a flash of fear in his eyes, and he stepped back quietly. Someone reported to the Martial Security Department that a large number of traitors were plotting a rebellion in the Immensity C building. Now, everyone present, please follow me back to the Martial Security Department for investigation. Slander, blatant slander, and even more so, an extremely clumsy framing. However, this was the attitude that Yi Xian displayed. After Yi Xian finished his words, Tian Yu and others quickly appeared behind him with complicated expressions. They had never thought that Yi Xian would be so bold as to frame so many people in such a blatant way. Yi Xian, we are all decent businessmen. How can you slander us? That's right. This is a charity banquet organized by Lord Gu. How can there be a conspiracy to rebel? Mr. Yi, although you are a guest of the Martial Security Department, you can't disregard the law and frame others like this, right? The businessmen present rebuked angrily. It was obvious that being labeled a traitor by Yi Xian was not a joke. It was an extremely taboo. The law. Heh, I am the law. A cruel sneer appeared on Yi Xian's lips. He looked around at the crowd and said in a sinister voice, if I say that you are traitors, then you are traitors. If I say that you are plotting a rebellion, then you are plotting a rebellion. Yi Xian did not need to hide anything. He was telling everyone present that he, Yi Xian, had slandered them. What could they do? What are you waiting for? Take them all away. Yi Xian frowned and reprimanded Tian Yu and the others. Tian Yu and the others' expressions changed, but they did not dare to disobey Yi Xian's order. They could only lead the crowd to stride towards the businessmen. It seemed that Yi Xian was really going to arrest them. Chapter 123. Stop. Without waiting for Tian Yu and the others to step forward to capture him, Gu Dingtian's face was filled with anger. He stood in front of Tian Yu and the others and looked at Yi Xian with extreme anger. Your Martial Security Department sure has guts to ignore the Martial Dao Heavenly Palace and cause trouble here. Gu Dingtian shouted angrily. A large number of ancient warriors appeared behind him, including several primordial experts. The two sides confronted each other. It was obvious that Gu Dingtian didn't put the Martial Security Department in his eyes at all. He glared at Yi Xian and said, Yi Xian, when this old man sent someone to invite you, not only did you not give face to the Martial Dao Heavenly Palace, you even crippled my people's limbs. This old man hasn't settled this debt with you yet, but now you actually dare to bully me? Do you really think that there's no one in my Martial Dao Heavenly Palace? Humph, the Martial Heavenly Palace is too arrogant. Instead of fighting with the exotic beasts, they framed us. Today's matter is not over. I'll report this to the Supreme Court and punish you for abusing your power. That's right. Although we're just businessmen, the Martial Heavenly Palace has gone too far by bullying us like this. Tian Yu's face turned pale. He knew that things had gotten out of hand. Not only had the Martial Dao Heavenly Palace offended the Martial Dao Heavenly Palace, but they had also offended all the famous figures in the business world. If today's matter was reported to the higher-ups, they would definitely be punished. Chi. Blood light filled the air as sword Chi's buzzed. A stream of fresh blood splattered out. The head of the merchant who had been shouting the loudest was separated from his body, turning into a cold corpse that fell limp to the ground. The entire charity banquet fell dead silent. Thud, thud, thud. Yi Xian walked forward slowly with the 3-foot blood sword in his hand. He looked around at the crowd and said in a cold voice, "All the land in the world belongs to the king and all the people in the land are the king's subjects. The martial heavenly palace is the most important weapon of the Xia country. We have the right to act first and report later. If anyone dares to make a fuss, you will end up like this man." Hiss. The sound of people sucking in a breath of cold air could be heard continuously. Everyone present unconsciously retreated. They looked at Yi Xian with a hint of fear in their eyes. Yi Xian killed on the spot without any reason. This was the attitude that Yi Xian had displayed. How could this not make everyone present feel terrified? Yi Xian. Gu Dingtian's eyes were bloodshot as he roared at Yi Xian. It was obvious that Yi Xian had killed someone in front of him. Not only did he not give face to the martial heavenly palace, he was also slapping Gu Dingtian's face. How could he not be furious? "Today, I'm here. Let's see how you're going to take him away." Gu Dingtian waved his hand and the martial artists behind him showed their terrifying chi. Several primordial experts stepped forward and looked at Tian Yu and the others with disdain. Mr. Yi. They have the advantage in numbers. Furthermore, the martial Dao Heavenly Palace was created by Senior Saber God. They are not as good as us. Tian Yu reminded in a low voice. His eyes were filled with fear. Humph. Looking at Tian Yu's fearful expression, Yi Xian snorted coldly. A hint of disappointment flashed across his eyes. Yi Xian had never expected that the Martial Security Bureau would become so weak in just half a year. Was it still the national treasure that he remembered? Although Tian Yu's voice was soft, it was heard by Gu Dingtian. Gu Dingtian smiled disdainfully and said, "Yi Xian, I advise you to go back to where you came from. I'll pretend that nothing happened today. Otherwise, if Senior Saber God knows about this, he will not let it go easily." Ha! Gu Dingtian's taunting words immediately caused a lot of laughter. This also made Tian Yu and the others blush. Apparently, they felt extremely humiliated. The Martial Security Bureau, which used to be superior, was humiliated by Gu Dingtian. No matter how good-tempered Tian Yu and the others were, they were filled with anger at this moment. Yi Xian sneered. He looked at Tian Yu and the others deeply and said, "See? This is the current situation of the Martial Security Bureau. If you want to leave, you can leave now. But I have to tell you that from today on, the Martial Security Bureau will become a joke. Damn it." The leader of the Hong group was a hot-tempered man, and he was also an extremely hot-blooded man. He was the first to be unable to endure Gu Dingtian's ridicule. He cupped his hands towards Yi Xian and said with a flushed face, "Mr. Yi, the members of my Hong group are at Mr. Ye's disposal. So will we." Everyone had a temper, let alone the members of the Martial Security Bureau. Under the response of many leaders, Yi Xian showed a strange smile on his face and said in a low voice, "Those who violently resist the law will be killed. Those who refuse to confess will be killed. Do you understand me? The Martial Security Bureau is handling a case. Idlers, please leave." Tian Yu roared and asked the others to start arresting people. Gu Dingtian's expression changed slightly. He did not expect Yi Xian to have such a great influence in the Martial Security Bureau. Today, this old man would like to see just who you can capture. Stop them for me. Since they had already offended each other, Gu Dingtian had nothing to fear. He waved his hand and the warriors behind him smiled ferociously and rushed to the people of the Martial Security Bureau. Bang! The air exploded and swords flew across the sky. The two sides fought together and turned the whole charity banquet into a chaotic place. Shouts, roars, clanging of metals, and swords collided. A large number of businessmen screamed and some timid people even crawled under the table for fear of being hurt. At this moment, Yi Xian put his hands behind his back and looked calm. He had no intention of taking any action. He looked at the chaotic battle indifferently as if he was watching a child's play. In fact, Yi Xian did not have to go through so much trouble. With his cultivation and means, he could kill all the martial artists of the Martial Dao Heavenly Palace in an instant. Under his extreme means, these ordinary people would have to kneel down and bow to him. However, Yi Xian did not do so and did not want to do so. Because Yi Xian knew that if he did everything by himself, what was the use of the people of the Martial Security Bureau? Why did he build the Mansion of the Dead in the first place? Moreover, Yi Xian did not come here just to find trouble with the Martial Dao Heavenly Palace. He did not care about these so-called businessmen at all. Yi Xian's real purpose was to find the man with the grimace. As for these small fries, Yi Xian would naturally leave them to Tian Yu and the others. If they had to deal with such trivial matters personally, they would be treated as trash by Yi Xian. The two sides fought fiercely, but it was obvious that the Martial Security Bureau was at a disadvantage. After all, only Tian Yu was a Khanate Realm warrior in the Martial Security Bureau, while the other side had 3 Khanate Realm experts. Although Xue Jie was a demon and in the Foundation Establishment Realm, she had already broken through to the Khanate Realm. However, she did not dare to show the strength of the Foundation Establishment Realm. After all, it would expose her identity. When Yi Xian was watching indifferently, a figure caught his attention. He narrowed his eyes and walked towards the person. Chapter 124. You know me. When Yi Xian arrived in front of the blonde man, his voice was very calm, but it made people feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Yi Xian's arrival made the blonde man hold his breath. Then, he revealed a noble smile and said, "The president of the Moore Group Xia Country Branch, Michelle, greets Mr. Yi." The blonde man was gentle and elegant. His posture was neither arrogant nor humble. He displayed the unique temperament of a Western noble. No one could find fault with him. Moore Group's Michelle. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He sized up the blonde man with a scrutinizing gaze. After a full 10 breaths, an unfathomable smile appeared on his face. "I think I've seen you somewhere before," Yi Xian said softly. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Michelle's expression did not change. Instead, he smiled and said, "Mr. Yi, you must be joking. Although I've lived in Xia country for many years, I've never seen you before." "Oh." Yi Xian smiled and said, "I'm very sensitive to auras. As long as I've seen someone before, as long as they appear before me again, I can recognize them even if they turn into ashes." Buzz. The 3-foot-long blood sword suddenly appeared across the blonde man's throat. Yi Xian smiled strangely and said, "Do you think I'm right, Mr. Anter?" The cold tip of the sword and Yi Xian's strange and sinister gaze made the blonde man's expression change. He forced a smile and said, "Mr. Yi, what are you talking about? Why can't I understand?" "It doesn't matter if you don't understand. I'll let you slowly understand." Yi Xian smiled cruelly. When the sword slashed out, it directly cut off Michelle's right arm. A large amount of blood spurted out, causing the blonde man to cry out in pain. However, he did not resist at all. "Ah! Mr. Yi. You. Why did you hurt me?" The blonde man was sweating profusely from the pain as he cried out in horror. Looking at the blonde man's appearance, Yi Xian frowned. Could it be that he had guessed wrong? Was this person really not the masked man? Yi Xian had only met the masked man twice. The first time was when he came to Jingdu. The plane he was on had been attacked by terrorists, and the two of them had only met once. The second time was because of the Nangong family. He had seen the grimace man through a video call. Although this person's eyes and temperament were not similar to the man with the ghost face, Yi Xian, as a cultivator in the tribulation passing stage, was very sensitive to auras. He was very sure that this Michelle was the incarnation of the man with the ghost face. Yi Xian snapped out of his thoughts. He believed in his own judgment, which made him smile mockingly. I have to say, you're a drama queen. If it were anyone else, they might really believe you. But in front of me, your acting is so clumsy. Hearing Yi Xian's words, the blond man's expression changed slightly. However, he still cried out in grief and trembled. Mr. Yi. I really don't know what you're talking about. Please. Please don't hurt me. If you want money, my Moore group will not be stingy. Looking at the blond man who was like a drama queen, Yi Xian slowly shook his head and sneered. I have to say, you are a formidable person. Even in front of me, you are extremely calm. Your acting can be said to be flawless. Unfortunately, you still revealed a huge flaw. What? What flaw? The blond man trembled as he spoke. Then, he suddenly woke up and hurriedly shut his mouth. However, his expression gradually turned cold. There was no longer the gentle and elegant temperament from before. Looking at the golden-haired man's change, Yi Xian laughed sinisterly and said, even an ordinary person would be able to dodge that slash of mine, but you didn't react at all. You allowed me to cut off your arm, and this is your biggest flaw. As Yi Xian's words fell, the golden-haired man's eyebrows drooped. His entire body was trembling, and a sinister laughter came out of his mouth. His entire temperament had changed drastically. He. The golden-haired man slowly raised his head. His face was filled with a sinister expression as he said in a cold voice, I didn't expect that I would be so smart that you would recognize me. At this point, the golden-haired man paused for a moment before continuing with a sinister smile, but so what if you recognize me? Yi Xian, I have to admit that I'm not as shrewd as you in terms of means. However, you should know that I'm now the president of the Great Xia branch of the Moore Group, and also the most distinguished guest of the martial arts divine mansion. You can't keep me here today. The golden-haired man laughed sinisterly. He got up quickly and ran directly to Gu Dingtian. He even cried for help, Mr. Gu, help me. Yi Xian wants to kill me. Gu Dingtian was leading his men to fight with the members of the Martial Security Department. When he heard the golden-haired man's cry for help, his expression changed greatly, and he looked at him. When Gu Dingtian saw the golden-haired man covered in blood and lost an arm, he was completely stunned. Then, his face became extremely furious. Yi Xian, you bastard, how dare you hurt Mr. Michel? As Gu Dingtian roared, the two sides instantly separated. Under Gu Dingtian's fury, he quickly protected the golden-haired man in the center. He looked at Yi Xian with an extremely sinister and murderous look. If Yi Xian had hurt someone else, Gu Dingtian would not have been so angry. However, who was Michel? He was not only the spokesperson of the Moore Group, but also Sword Saint Sith, who was a close friend of the Heavenly Saber God. Today, Yi Xian had cut off one of Michel's arms at the charity banquet held by Gu Dingtian. This was completely due to his failure to protect Michel. Therefore, Gu Dingtian had an unshirkable responsibility. If the Heavenly Saber God knew about this, he would definitely blame him. He was afraid that he would lose his position as the Deputy Mansion Master. Thinking of this, Gu Dingtian was full of hatred. He looked at Yi Xian with an extremely terrifying murderous look. Yi Xian, how dare you hurt the guest of the martial arts divine mansion? Today, either you die or I die. Gu Dingtian's eyes were bloodshot as he roared loudly. Either you die or I die. You lowly ants. Yi Xian strolled over, surrounded by a bloody light. A cruel and ferocious smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. His voice echoed in everyone's ears. The martial arts divine mansion is conspiring to rebel and overthrow the Xia country. From now on, anyone who goes against the martial security department will be punished for treason. Anyone who resists will be killed on the spot. When Yi Xian said these words, the 3-foot blood sword flew out of his hand. The terrifying blood sword buzzed and released an extremely terrifying murderous aura. It vaguely covered Gu Dingtian and the others. Kill him. Gu Dingtian was completely mad. When he roared, all the martial artists behind him rushed toward Yi Xian violently. Since he had found the real body of the masked man, Yi Xian was no longer interested in entangling with this group of ants. All of you can go to hell. Buzz. The blood sword shone in the sky and killed all of them. Rays of bloody light burst out from the blood sword. Yi Xian had one hand behind his back. Every time he slashed out, dozens of lives would be taken. Chapter 125. Blood, fresh blood, dyed the whole banquet red. A large number of broken limbs could be seen everywhere, and the air was filled with the strong smell of blood. The living creatures were wailing, and the dead souls were crying. A large number of martial artists were killed by Yi Xian, which made the businessmen who were watching the massacre scream in horror. Gu Dingtian's face turned pale, and he stared blankly at the scene in front of him. His back was already soaked with cold sweat. No, it's impossible, how can you be so strong? Gu Dingtian said to himself, trembling. At this moment, the blond man's face turned pale. He had never thought that Yi Xian would be so bold as to kill the people of the martial Dao Divine Prefecture. Wasn't he afraid that the heavenly saber god would seek revenge from him? Horror, fear, and despair were the feelings of the blond man. He tried to calm himself down and stepped back quietly. Apparently, he wanted to escape from this place. Puff! When the last martial artist turned into a cold corpse and fell at the feet of Yi Xian, the so-called charity banquet was dead silent, and a feeling of extreme fear spread in the air. Bang! Suddenly, a businessman knelt down on the ground and begged in tears, don't kill me. I'm really not a traitor, spare my life. As if there was a chain effect, these so-called business celebrities knelt down on the ground one by one and kept begging Yi Xian to spare their lives. There were also a lot of cries and wails. Unfortunately, Yi Xian didn't even have the interest to look at these famous figures in the business world. Send all of them to the warden's office and interrogate them. Yi Xian said coldly and asked Tianyu and the others to take the order. They quickly led the members of the martial security department to arrest these business celebrities one by one. At this moment, Gu Dingtian's body was trembling, and the blond man's face was gloomy, because they saw Yi Xian walking towards them. They knew that they could not escape from Yi Xian. Yi Xian, you killed the people of the martial Dao Divine Prefecture today. When the Saber God knows about this, he will not let you go. Gu Dingtian roared fiercely, but if one listened carefully, one would notice that his voice was trembling greatly, which also proved the fear in his heart. Unfortunately, Yi Xian didn't take Gu Dingtian's threat to heart. In his opinion, the so-called Absolute Heaven Saber God was no different from an ant. Whine. Yi Xian was cold and emotionless. When his palm swept through the air, a powerful suction force acted on the golden-haired man, instantly pulling him in front of Yi Xian. Crack! Yi Xian's jade-like hand grabbed the blond man's neck and lifted him into the air as if he was lifting a chick. His voice was calm as he said, "You should have left Xia half a year ago. Unfortunately, you won't have the chance anymore. Tell me where your headquarters are, and I can leave your corpse intact." Ha! The golden-haired man's face turned purple and he found it difficult to breathe. He knew that he would die in the hands of Yi Xian, but there was no fear in his eyes. Instead, He sneered and said, "Yi Xian, kill me if you can. But let me tell you, this world is not as simple as you think. Someone will avenge me." Ha! Yi Xian laughed. He really laughed. It was a contemptuous laugh, as if he was watching a clown's performance, but it did not arouse his interest at all. Death is not scary. The real scary thing is to live a life worse than death. I will let you experience this feeling. Yi Xian's voice was extremely calm, but the golden-haired man's expression changed greatly. He knew that Yi Xian's means were extremely cruel, and he was afraid that his end would be extremely miserable. Thinking of this situation, the golden-haired man was also a ruthless person. He wanted to kill himself by biting his tongue, so as to avoid being tortured cruelly by Yi Xian. Crack! But before the golden-haired man could do anything, Yi Xian sneered and directly dislocated his chin. His voice was vicious as he said, "Want to kill yourself? You are really naive. Fatso Huang, break his limbs and bring him back to the Wuxian agency for interrogation. Remember, no matter what kind of torture you use, you can't let him die." As Yi Xian threw the golden-haired man to Fatso Huang showed a ferocious smile and quickly left with the golden-haired man. "Mr. Yi Xian, what should we do with this man?" Tian Yu looked at Gu Dingtian coldly and was asking for Yi Xian's opinion. "Break his limbs and put him in the warden's office until the machete god comes to pick him up," Yi Xian coldly said. He turned around and walked towards the outside world. Tian Yu and the others laughed sinisterly as they slowly walked towards Gu Dingtian. Gu Dingtian fell to the ground like mud and even pleaded with Yi Xian. Unfortunately, Yi Xian had gone far away. How could he care about Gu Dingtian's pleading? In the endless wilderness, the roars of beasts shook the sky. A figure covered in blood was fleeing in the wilderness. This person had a resolute face, and his cheek seemed to have been cut by a knife. He held a cold long saber in his hand and was covered by a terrible Gang Chi shield. However, blood kept flowing out of the corners of his mouth, which proved that he had suffered a great injury. Howl! There was a 30-meter-long blood-red wolf that was emitting a terrifying bloody aura. Behind it were tens of thousands of blood-red wolves. The howls of the wolves were deafening in this wilderness. The sky-piercing evil aura rippled in all directions, causing people to feel a sense of terror just by looking at it. Ba Dao, the fifth master in the world 100 years ago, was respected by the world as the heavenly machete god. It was such a revered figure that was currently being chased and intercepted by the blood-red wolves. I can't die. I can't die. The capital. As long as I return to the capital, I will definitely survive the interception of the Xia's technological weapons. Ba Dao trembled and roared. The Gang Chi around him was surging violently. Ba Dao was a very proud person. He was the fifth master in the world 100 years ago. After 100 years, he broke through the primordial realm and stepped into the legendary Earth God Immortal realm. His lifespan had reached 300 years, which made it possible for him to pursue the legendary way of immortality. He didn't want to die. He really didn't want to die. However, it was also because of his arrogance and pride that he had been looking for strange beasts to kill. Finally, he encountered a blood-red wolf in the northern prairie. He wanted to kill it to practice his cultivation method. However, when he really fought with the blood-red wolf, an extremely terrible fact was placed in front of him. In just 3 rounds, he was severely injured by the blood-red wolf. If he hadn't forcefully exhausted his blood chi and risked his life to escape from the northern prairie, he would have died in the wolf's mouth. What made Ba Dao feel the most despair was that the blood-red wolf didn't let him go. It even gathered tens of thousands of strange beasts to chase after him. It was also because of Ba Dao's escape that all the towns he passed by were devoured and slaughtered by tens of thousands of blood wolves. This made him feel ashamed, but he was powerless to stop it from happening. Escape. Survive. Ba Dao only had these 2 thoughts in his mind. The capital. The world was in an uproar and it angered the public. When the Martial Dao Heavenly Province was labeled as a traitor and a large number of warriors were arrested by the Martial Security Department, the entire capital was in an uproar. It wasn't just the capital. The news was broadcasted all over the country. Public opinion was incessant on the internet and it was constantly being spread throughout the country. When all the spearheads were pointed at Yi Xian, all sorts of curses were heard. There was no other reason. The Martial Dao Heavenly Province was founded by the Absolute Heaven Saber God. Furthermore, the Absolute Heaven Saber God had gone to various places to kill strange beasts. He was a person revered by the world. However, the Martial Security Department actually dared to slander the Martial Dao Heavenly Province. How could the world not be angry? Yi Xian. How could a person without any battle achievements or contributions to China be compared to the Absolute Heaven Saber God? On the internet, the news, and various large forums, there were all kinds of comments attacking Yi Xian. This kind of situation couldn't be controlled at all. It also caused Yi Xian to be completely embroiled in a storm of public opinion. Chapter 126. He was the target of public criticism and condemnation. The entire country was condemning Yi Xian. Some people even wrote a petition to the Supreme Court to accuse Yi Xian of abusing his power. Unfortunately, a large number of petitions were ignored. The officials of the Great Xia did not make any statement. However, the matter was spreading. The upper echelons of the Great Xia were at a loss as to how to deal with this matter. When the Martial Dao Heavenly Palace found out that Gu Dingtian had been imprisoned, many martial artists had died at the hands of Yi Xian, and the Martial Security Department had put on the hat of a traitor to the Martial Dao Heavenly Palace. This completely caused the Martial Dao Heavenly Palace to riot and issue a statement to the world. The statement was as follows. The Martial Dao Heavenly Prefecture helped the people of the Great Xia fend off the terrifying beasts, but now the Great Xia is treating them as traitors. From now on, the Martial Dao Heavenly Prefecture will no longer help the people of the Great Xia fend off the attacks of the beasts until the Great Xia gives a reasonable explanation. When this statement was released, it was like adding fuel to the fire, making the world unable to sit still. In this chaotic world, how fragile were the lives of mortals. If the Martial Dao Heavenly Prefecture were to abandon them, it would undoubtedly make things worse for the mortals. This matter also alarmed the major forces of the Great Xia. Even the military of the Great Xia began to condemn Yi Xian. In this storm of public opinion, Yi Xian was reviled by the people of the world and had already aroused public anger. However, the broadcast of the news completely diverted the attention of the world. The news reported. Beishan City was massacred by the beasts, Qingshui Town suffered countless casualties, Great River Village was littered with corpses, and tens of thousands of blood wolves were killed wherever they went. Tens of thousands of miles of land were filled with bones and corpses, and dark red blood stained the ground. When these photos appeared on the internet, it immediately caused great fear in the world. What was even more frightening was that tens of thousands of blood wolves were rushing towards the capital city. They would probably arrive in less than 3 days. The entire capital city was under martial law. A large number of fully armed soldiers were patrolling the entire city. The citizens of the capital city were even more anxious. They were secretly praying in their hearts, hoping to survive this disaster. In the dark water prison at the headquarters of the Martial Dao Heavenly Prefecture, Yi Xian was dressed in black and his gray hair was draped behind his head. He leaned lazily on the chair, giving off a drowsy feeling. Yi Xian, kill me if you're a man. In the depths of the water prison, a golden-haired man with disheveled hair was bound by 2 iron chains. Below his knees, he was submerged in a large amount of dirty water. His 4 limbs were broken, and his body was bathed in blood. His twisted and malevolent face was like an evil spirit that had crawled out from hell. It caused people to feel extreme fear when they looked at him. Unfortunately, this scene did not move Yi Xian at all. Instead, he looked at the blonde man indifferently as if he was looking at a clown. "Sir, this guy is too stubborn. No matter what kind of torture we used, he would not say a word. Even the latest psychedelic drug could not make him tell us where their headquarters are." Fatso Huang said with an ashamed expression. "After all, I've been trained. It's understandable that you couldn't interrogate him." Yi Xian stretched his body lazily. His voice was very calm. "Sir, I still have 2 ways to make him talk." Fatso Huang was afraid that Yi Xian would be dissatisfied and hurriedly asked. However, the sinister look on his face was extremely strong. "What ways?" Yi Xian smiled. "The first way, I will create a pit of 10,000 snakes and put all kinds of poisonous snakes in the pit. After giving him the antidote, I will throw him into the pit and let him suffer the pain of being bitten by 10,000 snakes. However, I will definitely not take his life. The second way is actually what this subordinate is best at. Before I followed you, I was a surgeon and was very familiar with the human body. I can imitate the ancient punishment of death by 1,000 cuts. I will wrap a fishing net around this person and cut every hole in the net. Therefore, it is also known as fish scale cutting. I can cut a total of 3,600 times. Even if he has a will made of steel, he will still have to say everything he knows." As Fatso Huang spoke sinisterly, Yi Xian looked deeply at this person. Even he felt a sense of fear when he heard these 2 vicious punishments. "I really didn't misjudge you. You are really vicious," Yi Xian said with a strange expression. The conversation between the 2 was naturally heard by the blonde man. This also made his body tremble. He struggled madly in the water prison. His eyes were already wide open. He was clearly frightened by Fatso's sinister methods. Yi Xian. I beg of you. Kill me. Kill me." The blonde man trembled and begged for death. He had never thought that death would be such a happy thing in his life. "So you also know fear?" Yi Xian laughed softly. He then turned to look at Fatso Huang and said, "There's no need to go through so much trouble. I'm not so bored as to torture people for fun. Besides, I have my own ways to find out everything I want." Buzz. Suddenly, a bloody light rose from Yi Xian's body. His eyes spun strangely, causing the blonde man in the depths of the water prison to stare blankly, as if he had lost his soul. Soul-snatching technique. This technique was extremely vicious. Not only could it read the blonde man's memories, but it would also destroy the soul of the person who was read. They wouldn't even have the chance to reincarnate. A large amount of memory fragments surged into Yi Xian's mind. After a minute, Yi Xian slowly opened his eyes. He had already understood what kind of power was behind the blonde man. It was also at this time that the blonde man's soul was destroyed. However, he had a peaceful smile on his face. Clearly, this kind of death was a kind of happiness for him. Ta. A series of footsteps came. Tian Yu quickly came before Yi Xian and bowed. "Mr. Yi, someone claims to be an old friend of yours and wishes to see you." "An old friend?" Hearing Tian Yu's words, Yi Xian frowned. He didn't have any old friends in the capital. Other than Qinglong and Xueji, there were only Xia Qingzhu and the Yi family. When did he have any old friends? "Bring me to have a look." Under Tian Yu's lead, Yi Xian slowly walked towards the outside. Wuan Agency, meeting room. A graceful woman sat in the room. She wore a red dress that was as dazzling as a ball of flame. This woman's features were picturesque. Her delicate brows gave off a breathtaking feeling. "It's you." As Yi Xian walked into the meeting room, when she saw the woman's appearance, she was slightly startled, then returned to normal. "Mr. Yi, it's been a year since we parted in Jiangnan. Greets you." Gu Wan smiled sweetly and bowed to Yi Xian. Gu Wan was the person in charge of Jiangnan's dazzling auction house. Back then, Yi Xian had purchased jade from this woman. He had even given her a yun spirit pill to auction. If Gu Wan hadn't appeared before him, Yi Xian might have already forgotten about this woman. Moreover, Yi Xian didn't think that he had anything to do with this woman. What was Gu Wan's purpose in coming to see him? Chapter 127. Gu Wan. All of a sudden, a ray of light flashed through Yi Xian's mind. A trace of understanding flashed through his eyes, as if he'd guessed the purpose of Gu Wan's visit. How are you related to Gu Dingtian? Yi Xian asked calmly. Gu Wan's face turned bitter. She bit her lips and said, Gu Dingtian is my father. I came here to ask you to spare my father's life. Save her father. These two simple words revealed her purpose. Yi Xian smiled contemptuously and said, Gu Dingtian plotted a rebellion, which is a serious crime. He will be sentenced to death soon. Although you and I have met once, I can't save him. Gu Wan's face did not change, as if she had already guessed this result. She hesitated for a while, then showed a charming smile and walked towards Yi Xian. Her eyes were like limpid autumn water, with a seductive look. Mr. Yi, who doesn't know that you have the final say in the Wu and department? As long as you say the word, my father will be released from the sea of suffering. As long as you can help me this time, I will be at your disposal. Gu Wan's seductive appearance was overflowing, and a hint of redness appeared on her exquisite face. When she lightly spat out her cherry lips, the fragrance of orchids assaulted her face. Her long red dress also fell off at this moment, and her beautiful body, which was carved like ivory, was completely revealed in front of Yi Xian. Was Gu Wan beautiful? She was beautiful, extremely beautiful. She was a kind of seductive beauty. Regardless of her appearance, temperament, or her curvaceous figure, she gave people a feeling that she could steal one's soul. As long as a man saw this scene, he would probably turn into a beast and do something impulsive. Gu Wan was very confident in herself. She believed that no man could resist her temptation, even Yi Xian was no exception. Yi Xian's face was very calm. When he opened and closed his eyes, they were as deep as an ancient pool. He looked at Gu Wan indifferently, and no one knew what he was thinking. A honey trap. Yi Xian smiled and stroked Gu Wan's rosy cheeks with one hand, which made the woman blush even more. When her cherry lips parted, she moaned shamefully, and her beautiful body trembled slightly, giving people a very ambiguous feeling. Mr. Yi, let Wan serve you, okay? Gu Wan raised her jade-like arms and wrapped them around Yi Xian's body. When she closed her eyes slightly, she looked very seductive, as if she was at his mercy, giving people a sense of temptation. Are you a virgin? Suddenly. While Gu Wan was waiting for Yi Xian to pluck her, Yi Xian's voice was slightly indifferent, which made Gu Wan's face slightly changed. She opened her eyes and looked at Yi Xian. When Gu Wan saw the contemptuous smile on Yi Xian's face, she stopped breathing and became a little flustered. She then forced a smile and said, Mr. Yi, is this important? Gu Wan could not be blamed for being flustered. After all, she was not a virgin and had already been with many men. Moreover, she had a great secret. Gu Dingtian could become the deputy palace master of the martial Dao Heavenly Palace because she had already given herself to the absolute Heaven Blade God. Otherwise, how could Gu Dingtian, a mere grandmaster warrior, be the deputy palace master of the martial Dao Heavenly Palace? Slap. All of a sudden. A resounding slap sounded out. A five-fingered red mark appeared on Gu Wan's face, and her delicate body was sent flying. Blood couldn't stop flowing out from the corner of her mouth, and she was completely stunned. She never thought that Yi Xian would actually make a move against her. At this moment, Yi Xian straightened his clothes as an expression of extreme disgust appeared on his face. He coldly looked at Gu Wan'er and said, "Not to mention that you're a withered flower, even if you're a virgin, do you think you're worthy of me?" Yi Xian smiled contemptuously and walked slowly toward Gu Wan'er. He looked down at her and said in a cold voice, "It's easy to save your father. Give me all the Gu family's property, and I will naturally spare his life. Now, you can get out of here." After saying that, Yi Xian turned and walked out of the meeting room. He did not even want to look at Gu Wan'er's beautiful body. "Yi Xian, stop right there." Without waiting for Yi Xian to leave, Gu Wan'er spoke out in embarrassment and indignation. She didn't care about her naked body and quickly blocked Yi Xian's path. Gu Wan had never been humiliated like this since she was a child. But she never thought that she would be humiliated like this by Yi Xian today. How could she endure this? "Yi Xian, I'm warning you. The martial heavenly palace is already pressuring the Xia kingdom. If you don't release my father, the martial heavenly palace will no longer protect the people of the Xia kingdom. Moreover, it's not just the martial heavenly palace. All the major powers are paying attention to this matter. The military of the Xia kingdom is also extremely dissatisfied with you. Even if you have someone backing you, the people of the Xia kingdom are cursing you. You have already become a sinner of the Xia kingdom. It won't be long before the upper echelons of the Xia kingdom interfere in this matter even if you don't release him." Gu Wan'er shouted angrily, her words carrying a great threat. Yi Xian smiled. He really smiled, but it was an extremely cold smile. "Yi Xian, I can guarantee you that as long as you release my father, the martial heavenly palace will definitely let bygones be bygones." Gu Wan'er's tone softened, hoping that Yi Xian would understand the situation he was in. "You're really ignorant." Yi Xian laughed coldly as a killing intent flashed through his eyes. When Gu Wan saw Yi Xian smile, her face changed. A feeling of impending doom surged towards her, and she could not help but take a step back. "You, what are you doing?" Gu Wan'er asked in a trembling voice. Buzz. Taking a step forward, the air exploded. Under Gu Wan'er's horrified gaze, Yi Xian's face was cold as he gripped her neck with one hand and lifted her into the air. Crack. Tightening his fingers, he broke her neck. This was Yi Xian's method. Gu Wan'er's eyes lost focus as large amounts of blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. To think that she would die from having her neck broken by Yi Xian. Bang! Yi Xian threw the woman's body on the ground as if he was throwing away garbage. He said in a cold voice, "I hate it when people threaten me. You can die now." Fatso Huang. "Yes, my lord." Fatso Huang quietly appeared behind Yi Xian, waiting for Yi Xian's orders. "Throw this woman out and kill Gu Dingtian for me. Let the father and daughter go to hell together. Also, tell Tianyu to use the name of the Martial Security Department to announce to the public that anyone who befriends the Martial Dao Heavenly Palace is going against me, Yi Xian, and will be punished for treason. As for the Gu family, it's time for your death god guards to do something. Go and wipe them out. Remember, don't leave anyone alive." "Yes, sir." Fatso Huang smiled grimly and took the order. Looking at Fatso Huang's back, Yi Xian murmured coldly, "If I don't teach you a lesson, it seems that you really think that I, Yi Xian, am easy to bully." Chapter 128. No one could go against Yi Xian's will. This had already become the consensus of the Martial Security Bureau. According to Yi Xian's instructions, the Martial Security Bureau released a statement to the public. However, the statement was not as straightforward as Yi Xian's. It was clearly more tactful, but the content made the world angry and helpless. The Martial Dao Heavenly Palace was convicted of treason. Anyone who colluded with them would be punished for treason. As for the Gu family, they were all imprisoned in the prison and would be sentenced at a later date. Yi Xian's domineering will directly appeared on all the major forums and networks. However, because of the attack of the blood wolf beast, this matter was quickly ignored by the world. At this moment, the eyes of the world were focused on these terrifying beasts. A waning moon hung in the sky. In the capital, in a remote courtyard house, when night fell, a big shot of Xia Kingdom, accompanied by guards, quietly entered this courtyard house. After an entire night, when the sun rose from the east, this big shot walked out of the courtyard house. In the courtyard, Yi Xian stood with his hands behind his back. A breeze blew, causing his hair to flutter in the wind. Yi Xian's eyes drifted as if he was deep in thought. No one knew what he was thinking. "Sir, you have to consider this matter carefully," Fatso Huang reminded in a low voice. "Fatso Huang, do you know why no matter what I do, I can obtain the support of the upper echelons of China?" Yi Xian said softly. This. Fatso Huang didn't know how to answer Yi Xian's question. In fact, he also had a lot of questions in his heart. Yi Xian was only a guest elder, but why did the upper echelons of China stand firmly on his side in the matter of the Martial Dao Heavenly Palace? This subordinate is slow-witted. "Sir, please enlighten me," Fatso Huang said respectfully. "Because in the eyes of the upper echelons of China, I, Yi Xian, am the only person who can protect China," Yi Xian said with a self-deprecating smile. "Ah." Upon receiving this answer, Fatso Huang cried out in surprise. He looked at Yi Xian with a strange look in his eyes. This was because he did not understand what ability his master had to make the upper echelons of China think so highly of him. Unfortunately, Yi Xian didn't explain too much. He didn't want to tell Fatso Huang that he was actually a cultivator, and a crossing calamity stage cultivator at that. There was no need for him to know about this. "Sir, you have to understand that there are over 10,000 exotic beasts attacking this time. There has never been such a huge beast tide in the world. If something happens to you, then..." Fatso Huang wanted to say something but stopped himself. However, the worry on his face was obvious. "Ha! Exotic beasts?" Yi Xian's eyes flickered as the blood-colored memories replayed in his mind. Those 4 years of blood-soaked fighting, of struggling between life and death. No one knew what he had experienced, but the number of exotic beasts that had died at his hands numbered in the tens of millions. 3 days later, in the suburbs of Jingdu. Heavy tanks were lined up in a row. A large number of high-tech weapons were laid across the ground. The black mass of soldiers was endless. Every one of them was fully armed and held heavy machine guns in their hands. They stood there quietly with their weapons resting on their backs. It wasn't just these soldiers. A large number of ancient martial ability users were holding weapons and releasing a sharp aura around them. They were all waiting for the blood wolf tide to attack. Jingdu TV station, this is Jingdu TV station. The scene we are seeing now is the northern suburbs of Jingdu. According to the satellite radar, in half an hour, these terrifying beasts will invade Jingdu. This is Qingning TV station. Our soldiers of China are united. We will definitely survive this disaster. The hosts of the major TV stations were nervously reporting the news. Under the cameras of the major TV stations, the scene of the suburbs of Jingdu appeared in the eyes of the people of China. At this moment, some of the people of China were gathered in front of the TV, while others were watching the live broadcast on the internet. However, without exception, everyone was secretly praying that this beast tide would pass safely. In a southern city, in an ordinary person's house. Look, look. What did I say? The martial Dao heavenly abode really didn't send anyone to resist this beast tide. A middle-aged bald man stared at the scene on the TV. His voice was extremely irritable. "Hubby, forget it. Even without the martial Dao heavenly abode, our soldiers will definitely be able to destroy these beasts." His wife gently consoled him. Stupid. What does a woman like you know? If the absolute heaven blade God can lead the martial Tao heavenly abode to resist this beast tide, it will increase our chances of winning. It's all that despicable Yi Xian's fault. If he hadn't slandered the martial Tao heavenly abode, this wouldn't have happened. The middle-aged bald man cursed, appearing extremely angry. In a slightly cold bar in a northern city. More than 10 young men and women were drinking, but their eyes were all focused on the TV. That damned Yi Xian. Whether or not Jingdu can survive this beast tide, I will definitely condemn him on the internet. That's right. Look, where's this bastard in this group of warriors? This Yi Xian is an existence that brings disaster to the country and the people. When I return to school, I will definitely gather all of our classmates and write a letter to the Supreme Court to accuse him of abusing his authority. These scenes continued to happen in every city. The curses and resentment of the citizens of China also rang out everywhere. Yi Xian's image had been completely positioned as an existence that brought disaster to the country and the people. Capital, northern suburbs. Although it was summer, neither the soldiers of China nor the ancient martial arts ability users felt the slightest bit of heat. This was because they knew that they were about to face cruel beasts. In a while, they would face a life and death battle. Ayo! The howl of a wolf shook the earth. A cloud of blood rose from the distant horizon. The terrifying howl of the wolf and the bloody light that soared into the sky were like a blood-colored meteor that wanted to destroy this world. Warriors of China. A middle-aged general with a dignified and solemn expression streaked across the sky with a military knife, emitting a cold light. Behind you are the citizens of China. They are not only our family, but also the people we need to protect. If the country is destroyed, the family will be destroyed. If the family is destroyed, the people will no longer be around. Fight for survival, fight for the people of China. The middle-aged general roared hot-bloodedly. Fight for survival, fight for the people of China. The mountains roared and the seas roared. The world was filled with killing intent. Endless roars echoed in all directions. It was also at this moment that the tanks on the ground aimed their cannons forward. Groups of bombers soared in the sky, ready to fire the missiles under their wings at any time. A large number of high-tech weapons were also activated at this moment. The black mass of soldiers held heavy machine guns and were already pressing the triggers. A large number of ancient martial arts ability users released their sharp auras, ready to fight the beast tide at any time. Get ready. The middle-aged general raised his military knife. When his military knife fell, it was time to fire at the tens of thousands of blood wolves. Chapter 129. Wait, what's that? Is that a person? Saber. Saber God. At this critical moment, the battle was about to begin. However, many ancient martial artists cried out in alarm. The middle-aged general was stunned as he looked ahead. A person was running in a sorry state, his entire body bathed in blood. The aura around his body was extremely weak, as if it would shatter at any moment. Behind this person, tens of thousands of blood wolves were howling and roaring, madly chasing after him. I'm the absolute saber god. Don't fire. Ba Dao's face was pale as he roared. When he saw the tens of thousands of soldiers in front of him, joy appeared in his eyes. He quickly ran toward them. Don't fire. He's really saber god. A martial artist shouted. No, if we don't fire now, we'll all die when the beast horde gets closer, a major general refuted. His face was extremely pale. But Saber God is right in front of us. If we fire now, he'll die too, a martial artist argued. He was extremely stupid and did not understand the seriousness of the situation. General, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and fire. Do you want to wait until the beast horde destroys capital city? The major general roared. It was no wonder that the Major General was so anxious. The only thing they could use to fight against the exotic beasts was their high-tech weapons. If they waited for tens of thousands of blood wolves to get closer, it would be too late to activate them. These high-tech weapons were all long-range attacks. If they exploded at close range, they would be able to deal heavy damage to the beast horde. However, they would also die under the high-tech weapons. All troops, listen up. The middle-aged general had already seen the seriousness of the situation. He had no choice but to sacrifice Ba Dao. This was the best choice. How dare you? All of a sudden, several tens of cultivators stepped out from the crowd and stood in front of the various high-tech weapons. This caused the middle-aged general's countenance to change, and his entire body trembled in anger. You idiots! The middle-aged general roared angrily, ignore them and open fire. What a pity! The opportunity was fleeting. After a short delay, the beast horde was less than a kilometer away from capital city. It was also at this moment that Ba Dao crossed the sky and finally arrived at the human camp. General, the range is too short. We can't fire. Reporting to the general, the A-02 annihilation missile cannot be launched. If it is launched now, you will also be in the center of the explosion. A large number of reports came in, causing the middle-aged general's face to turn ashen. He glared hatefully at Ba Dao, but he didn't have the time to pay attention to him. Activate the second emergency plan. As the middle-aged general roared, the tens of thousands of soldiers turned pale, but they still held their heavy machine guns and aimed at the beast tide that was charging toward them. However, their backs were already drenched in cold sweat. Fire! Da-da-da! Flames and smoke filled the sky. When the tens of thousands of soldiers pulled the triggers, the black muzzles shot out tens of thousands of tongues of fire. The terrifying power seemed to want to tear the sky apart. Roar! The blood wolf howled into the sky. Vicious energy rushed into the heavens. An extremely terrifying scene appeared. The blood-red heavenly wolf's body, which was 100 feet tall, swelled up at a terrifying speed. It only stopped when it was 1,000 feet tall. The blood-red light on its body covered the sky, and when it roared at the sky, an incredibly terrifying energy gushed out of its mouth. Rumble! The blood-red light filled the sky, and the ground shook. Tens of thousands of tongues of fire were turned into ashes under the roar of the blood-red heavenly wolf. However, this wasn't the end. The terrifying energy destroyed everything in its path, instantly turning the tanks on the ground into scrap metal. The remaining energy shockwaves caused tens of thousands of soldiers to fall to the ground. Roar! The 100-foot-tall heavenly wolf flew across the sky. The blood-red light around its body rippled as it roared at the sky. Its terrifying power filled the sky and earth, causing people to feel extremely terrified. Who could resist its monstrous power? Who dared to resist it? At this moment, the hosts of the major television stations screamed. Many cameras shook violently, but they still broadcast the scene in front of them. This allowed the people of the Xia kingdom to watch this terrifying scene through their televisions. Roar! Tens of thousands of blood wolves rushed over. In the blink of an eye, they had already arrived in front of the tens of thousands of soldiers. The ferocious beast's eyes were filled with blood, and its terrifying claws seemed to want to tear apart all the humans in front of it. Kill! The middle-aged general's eyes were filled with despair. However, he still held the military knife in his hand and led the soldiers behind him to fight against the blood wolves. Under his lead, the soldiers of the Xia kingdom knew that there was no way out. They could only fight with their backs against the wall because behind them were all the people of the capital city. Roar! Da-da-da! The howls of the wolves and the sounds of gunfire were completely intertwined at this moment. The vast land was scorched earth. Blood splattered everywhere, and miserable howls could be heard. The terrifying howls of the wolves were cruel and ferocious. One by one, the soldiers fell into a pool of blood and gradually turned into cold corpses. They continued to fight against the strange beasts, but they were only mortals. How could they be a match for the blood wolves? Suddenly, a large number of cries came from the capital city. Thousands of people were rushing towards the battlefield. The sorrowful cries came from their mouths. This was because among the soldiers fighting on the battlefield, some were their fathers, some were their children, and some were their loved ones. On the battlefield, an ordinary soldier, about 18 or 19 years old. His face was still young and immature. He looked like a teenager. His ribs were broken and he crawled in a pool of blood with great difficulty. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth uncontrollably. It was obvious that he had suffered unimaginable injuries in this battle with the strange beasts. "My son." There was a woman with white hair and tears on her wrinkled face. She did not care about the slaughter on the battlefield at all. She staggered towards the young man until she reached him and hugged him tightly in her arms. Tears flowed out of her eyes uncontrollably. Roar! A blood wolf howled ferociously. Its blood-red eyes shone with a light that seemed to choose a person to devour. It was approaching the mother and son with a low growl. "Mom, hurry up and leave." The teenager trembled as large amounts of blood flowed from his mouth. He looked at his mother with teary eyes. His trembling arms constantly supported himself on the ground as he tried to stand up. Crack! The sound of bones cracking came from the teenager's broken arms. In the end, he could not stand up and fell into his mother's arms. I can't die. I have to protect my family." The teenager trembled as he growled. He gripped a military knife tightly in his hand and protected his mother behind him. However, his eyes were filled with despair. Roar! The blood wolf soared into the air. Its sharp claws emitted the light of death as if it would tear the teenager apart in the next moment. The teenager's eyes were mournful. He raised the military knife in his hand and was ready to fight to the death. All of a sudden, at this critical moment, a benevolent figure blocked in front of him. A terrifying sharp claw pierced through the person's chest. Blood spurted out and dyed the youth's face blood red. It was a tragic sight. Drip, drip, drip. Blood kept dripping from the teenager's face to the ground. He stared blankly at his mother's body that had collapsed in front of him. It was as if she had lost her soul. The woman's body was cold, but her face was filled with serenity after death. Looking at this scene, the teenager's military knife fell to the ground. A line of blood tears slowly flowed from his eyes. His eyes drifted and blurry memories of the past kept flashing in his mind. Chapter 130. When he was 10 years old. Lin Air, you have to remember that when you grow up, you have to protect your country and be a man of indomitable spirit. Mom, you're really annoying. How many times have you told me that I'm going out to play? When he was 18 years old, in front of the train station, he was wearing a military uniform with a red flower on his chest. Lin Air, from today onwards, you will enter the army. No matter what difficulties you encounter in the future, you have to remember that a soldier's duty is to protect your country. His mother, whose hair was white, was earnestly teaching him in front of the train station. All right, don't nag anymore. I'm leaving now. The young man waved his hand and stepped on the train to the military camp. As the train rumbled and started, the young man officially became a soldier and left his hometown and his mother's side. The young man's thoughts turned. His eyes were already blurred by tears. He looked at his mother's cold body and said, "Mom, your son has never let you down. Even if I bleed to the last drop of my blood, I will be a hero to protect my country. You can rest in peace in the underworld." Kill. The young man's broken body exploded with amazing willpower. He picked up the military knife on the ground and rushed towards the blood wolf with a crazy face. Whoa! The young man's action completely enraged the blood wolf and it directly pounced on him. The young man didn't try to dodge. He knew that he couldn't dodge, but the crazed look in his eyes was enough to shock anyone who looked at him. Puff! The blood wolf's claws pierced through the young man's chest. However, the young man did not feel any pain. The military knife in his hand stabbed towards the blood wolf's heart as if he had gone crazy, causing the blood wolf to let out a shrill howl. After a full 10 breaths of time, the blood wolf's heart was destroyed and it finally died under the young man's knife. The young man's cold body fell to the ground. However, his face was extremely peaceful after death. It was as if he was telling the world that he had fulfilled his promise to his mother and was a true hero. Such a scene was constantly playing out in various places. Dad! A middle-aged soldier died tragically in the mouth of the blood wolf. In the distance, a young girl cried loudly. Her cries were so loud that it made people feel as if their liver and intestines were about to break. Husband. There was a young soldier who had just gotten married. His wife's eyes were filled with tears as she hugged his cold body tightly. She was also buried in the wolf's mouth. Blood wolves howled to the sky, and humans cried out in grief. This was a war between humans and exotic beasts. It was a merciless slaughter that humans were unable to withstand at all. Blood dyed the ground red, and the ice-cold corpse was a ghastly sight. When these scenes were broadcast live on television to the citizens of Xia country, they cried in front of their televisions. There was only despair in their eyes. On the battlefield, the middle-aged general was bathed in blood. He was protected by a large number of soldiers, but the endless blood wolves had already surrounded them. He turned around and stared at the retreating ancient martial ability users as he roared, "You damned bastards, do you want to be deserters?" With Ba Dao in the lead, shame appeared on everyone's faces. However, they knew that even if they went forward, they wouldn't be a match for these terrifying exotic beasts. Just the Wolf King alone was staring at them and could possibly annihilate them at any moment. At this moment, through the live broadcast, the citizens of Xia country were all watching this scene. When they saw the absolute heaven blade god that they revered continuously retreating, an earth-shattering wave of curses rang out across Xia country. What absolute heaven blade god? He's a bastard. This beast horde was obviously attracted by that bastard Ba Dao. He has to take full responsibility. It's useless to scold him now. These exotic beasts are too terrifying. Let's just pray that the citizens of Jingdu can escape this calamity. The entire Xia country was in chaos at this moment. Cries of grief could be heard from all over the country. On the battlefield, the middle-aged general's eyes were mournful, and there was a hint of madness in them. He suddenly roared at the soldiers beside him, "Soldiers, are you afraid of death?" No. A large number of soldiers roared mournfully. They had already guessed what the middle-aged general was going to do. "Ha, good. As expected of my soldiers. Today, I'll let these ancient martial ability users die with us. It can be considered as protecting the citizens of Jingdu." The middle-aged general laughed maniacally. He picked up the communication device in his hand and issued a crazy order. Launch the A-02 annihilation missile for Lao Tzu. A number of armed aircraft instantly received this order. This caused the pilots to tremble as they replied, "General, if you do this, you will die too. A soldier's duty is to obey orders. You only need to carry out orders." The middle-aged general roared loudly. This caused the pilots to look pained. However, they knew that this was the only way to eliminate the beast horde. Launch the A-02 annihilation missile. A red button protruded from the cockpit. However, before the pilots could press the red button, a terrifying blood-red light streaked across the sky. A number of armed aircraft instantly exploded into balls of fire. A large number of aircraft wreckage fell to the ground. Whoa! The blood-red sky wolf's 100-foot-long beast body stretched across the void. A terrifying blood-red light bloomed around its body. When its eyes opened and closed, a cruel and violent look flashed across them. Foolish humans. Today, all of you will become my food. The void shook and the heavens and earth echoed. When the blood-red sky wolf spoke in human language, the world quietly quieted down. No one would have thought that this blood-red sky wolf would have spiritual intelligence that was not inferior to a human's. Everything was quiet. The heavens and earth were silent. Despair spread. The people were panicking because they had discovered an extremely terrifying thing. Since the blood-red sky wolf could speak in human language, it obviously had intelligence that was not inferior to a human's. Based on this, did the beasts that wreaked havoc all over the world also have their own spiritual intelligence? When humans were no longer the leader of all creatures and the beasts had intelligence, where would the future of humans lie? Boys, enjoy this blood-red feast to your heart's content. The blood-red sky wolf howled at the sky. The blood-red light around its body covered the sky and earth. The tens of thousands of blood-red wolves howled in excitement. They rushed towards the humans in front of them with bloodthirsty eyes. Dong! 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 Suddenly. Like the beating of the war drums of slaughter, like the 9 heavens and the rivers of stars in reverse, the wind and clouds in this area changed, and it actually gradually dimmed. An extremely oppressive atmosphere spread in all directions, and the white clouds in the sky turned the color of blood, and there was even more terrifying lightning wreaking havoc in the blood clouds. Rumble. The blood-red lightning streaked across the sky. The terrifying sound of thunder seemed to make the world tremble. Above the capital city, Tongtian's blood-red light soared into the sky. A figure stepped on the sky. His gray hair fluttered in the wind. His black ancient robe rustled. With every step he took, the void beneath his feet trembled. Terrifying ripples spread in all directions. It made people feel a great sense of awe when they looked at him. Like a divine king descending to the mortal world, like a god of the underworld descending. Yi Xian's face was expressionless. He stood proudly between the heavens and earth. However, when he opened and closed his eyes, there was only a ruthless and indifferent look. At the same time, when this scene was broadcast live on television to the people of the Xia kingdom, it made them speechless. They widened their eyes and did not dare to look away. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.